violence, which was the basis for American state and economic development. Working people, increasingly people of color and women, are trapped between the violent methods of social control deployed on the marginalized and the institutional and bureaucratic methods of control that were developed to manage workers. I say all this in the introduction to this conference because you're going to hear about conflicts and protests that we might not intuitively define as labor struggles, but such taxonomic fine pointery is a habitual activity in both academia and movement spaces. But our democracy is in crisis, and indeed our civilization is heading for one. Zero-sum thinking and oppression Olympics will make these catastrophic outcomes more likely. The principle of the center's work is that democracy is only possible if movements for justice, inclusion, and equality are broadly successful. And I believe that the union that is the primary funder and originator of this center has a similar idea. That union is United Healthcare Workers West, which is represented here by its president, Dave Reagan, who I believe is joining us virtually. UHW's first priority is naturally to solve the strategic dilemma that confronts the American labor movement and unions generally, but it is also a union that acts as if it represents not just its members, but working people generally. This is evident not least in its support of the research we've been conducting in George Floyd Square, which was the epicenter of the uprising last summer, but also evident, for example, in UHW's support for the contested California ballot initiative that would have made gay workers employees and therefore covered by the National Labor Relations Act. So, an indigenous movement collective recently asserted that the future is a territory to be defended. And indeed it is. If that defense is to be successful, it will require the work of various movements across a broad geographical and institutional terrain. But more than that, it will require the benefits of what Heather McGhee calls solidarity dividends that come when movements act as though the success and flourishing of their own constituents can only come with the success and flourishing of others. The center is very interested in the labor movement and the dilemmas that confront today's unions, but it has also co-hosted a conference on the Green New Deal that was organized by Craig Calhoun and Ben Fone, a symposium on women and migrant labor that was organized by Mary Margaret Fono, and it is involved in research on the George Floyd uprising now. And it does all of those things with that spirit in mind. Okay, so one thing I want to say is that this was originally a working conference for the center. We were nudged gently to make it a public conference as well. So we are balancing this tension of needing to get work done at the same time as we are presenting a number of things. But with that in mind, I want to introduce a couple of people who are not presenting, but are very important participants in this conference. The first two people I want to introduce are Ashley and Will Tyner. Will is up here in the front row with the camera. Will is a guest of ours who is joining us with Janelle Austin, who will be presenting. He and Ashley are doing a documentary on Janelle Austin and her work in George Floyd Square. So that's why they're with us here today. They'll be with us all day, so introduce yourselves and make them feel welcome. We have two other filmmakers here as well, Rochelle Shapiro and Kylie Kraskauskas, who are not actually in the room, because I believe they're set up over there, but they'll be in and out today as well. And we'll be looking at some of their work in about 2 minutes. I also want to introduce some of our new RAs who will also be kicking around. So I hope you will introduce yourselves to them. Jorge Hernandez, if you just raise your hand so people know who you are. Maria Esch, Muriel Herodo, Isaac Sundin, and Kira Ortloff. And then there are a couple who weren't able to make it, but these are the people that will be helping make our projects happen over the coming year. The other new people that we'll be hearing from, I'll introduce the other people later on because they're actually presenting. Okay, and let me just say a quick note of thanks to Jeannie Colquette, who is the events coordinator at SST. Thank you very much, Jeannie, for helping with all of this. I appreciate it. All right. So with that introduction out of the way, I am going to start us off, and I am completely unprepared to give this talk because I've been thinking about logistics all day, but we're going to see how this goes. And I'm going to start leaning slightly on Kylie and Rochelle's work. Right, okay. So what I'm going to be talking about today is the research we're doing in George Floyd Square, and I'm one of two people that will be talking about that today. Janelle Austin, who is one of the leaders in George Floyd Square. She's the co-founder of the George Floyd Global Memorial. And we are hoping will be joining us at ASU for a fair amount of the coming year. We'll also be talking about GFS this afternoon. And I think given that she's here, I'm going to be framing my discussion mostly around giving an overall picture of GFS so that people are familiar with what she's going to be talking about a little bit later this afternoon. But one thing that we did last fall is George Floyd Square was an occupation that had outlasted the rest of the George Floyd uprising last fall. So the protests were mostly dying down, and people were kind of ignoring what was happening in George Floyd Square. Although those protesters were quite determined to stick it out at least through the Chauvin trial, although others would say through the trial of all 4 officers that were involved in the murder of Floyd, and that's still going to be going until March. I think March, isn't March now the scheduled date? Okay, March. For the other 3, they've been postponed a number of times. One thing we were thinking about was how to make the struggle in the square more visible to people. And so we sort of did a collaboration between people in the square who had been shooting video on their phones since the beginning of the uprising. Flow State Films, who are represented here by Kylie and Rochelle, and the Center for Work and Democracy to produce an informational video that we feel like captures some of the spirit of the square. And once that's done, I'm going to sort of update about where the square is currently and talk a little bit about the basic dynamics and activities in the square. So let's start with that. Some of you may have probably seen this. I apologize, but I'm pretty sure many have not.
In Chicago. This is real. space is a space of protest. The art is art of protest.
We have redefined what community safety looks like. And you know what we found? Community brings safety.
Community looks like.
No justice, no streets. No justice, no streets. No justice, no streets.
Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is sort of update where we are in terms of this ongoing protest. The video sort of ends 200 days in, which is January, or it's around January. And the city had been threatening to reopen the square since August, since the middle of August. And it seemed pretty clear that the plan over the winter was to assume that the square wouldn't be able to survive the Minneapolis winter, which, I mean, you're talking about negative 30-degree weather. Hanging out on a barricade in negative 30-degree weather isn't great. Cars become sort of mobile observation units / heaters / bedrooms. So that's sort of helpful. But the assumption was that
It's not showing on this.
The square did organize successfully to survive the winter, and with somewhat diminished numbers. The thing that started re-energizing activity around the square was the prospect of the Chauvin trial. So people started showing up in the square again. They started building up for jury selection, which was on, I believe, March 8th. That got disrupted by some violence in the square the previous day, which resulted in the square initially being shut down to outsiders during the initial period of the jury selection. But the city of Minneapolis basically fortified the downtown courthouse, sort of like the green zone in Baghdad. And that had the effect of pushing media organizations, protesters, and sympathizers back out to the square. Because who wants to hang around a bunch of barbed wire and concertina wire with guys with guns all around? And so activity started being recentered in the square. And April 20th, which was the day that Chauvin was found guilty of second-degree murder and third-degree murder and manslaughter, I believe, you saw a couple thousand people in the square again, along with media organizations from around the world. And they've been sort of building up to this for a while. Again, the day was, well, no, I'm sorry, that's not right. But so verdict day, you start seeing the square becoming the center of protest activity in Minneapolis again. And it started looking like it was going to be the center for a possible new uprising in the summer of 2021. That momentum was built on with the Angelversary event on May 25th. So this is the Angelversary of George Floyd's murder. And Janelle Austin in particular, along with some of her colleagues, organized a very successful event in the square, which culminated in musical performances by Sounds of Blackness, Common, and others. which again brought thousands of people back into the square. And so, immediately people are thinking about next steps, how to build on this, so on like that. Unfortunately, as is often the case in the square, things that might appear on the surface to be terrific, there's often a underlying current which is trying to undermine that activity. And it is, and I'll come back to this again, it's important to keep in mind that the square is not like most protest occupations in that it's not in a space that is unoccupied by others. It's not Zuccotti Park, right? It's not the Minnehaha Free State, which was another occupation in Minneapolis in the late 90s. It's not like a lot of these occupations where protesters take over an open space, an unused space on what is often either public property or unused private property. This is in the middle of a very complicated urban neighborhood on the south side of Minneapolis, which means it's not just self-selecting protesters that are in the square. It's homeowners, it's business owners. There are lots of people there that don't think of themselves as protesters that are in the square. And so there are always sort of countercurrents that might be pulling away from the protests. On June 3rd, a week after the anniversary, city workers start dismantling parts of the square, in particular with a focus on the I shouldn't call them guard shacks, warming shacks at the barricades. And they did so not by having the police come in to provide security, but by contracting with a violence prevention group called Agape, which is actually based in the square. And these are Black men that often have a long-standing relationship to the square. They get contracted with by the city often to do violence interrupting work, working with gang members, this kind of activity. They're often ex-gang members themselves. But they also are increasingly being deployed by the city to disrupt protests. And in this case, a liberal white mayor chose not to send in the police against a protest for Black liberation that was triggered by the city murdering a Black man on the corner. They chose to use Black men to try and do that instead. And this put the protesters in a very tough bind. It was also considered a betrayal by many. And the decision was mostly to not fight it. For a few days, people would come in and rebuild barricades. So there was this going back and forth of barricades being taken down, then being put back up. But the main people, the main leaders in the square mostly made the decision to not get in a bunch of arguments with Black men. That actually is not in the interest of Black people generally, and chose to carry on their protests in other ways, and that continues today. In August, the square issued justice demands, Justice Resolution 001, which contained 24 demands, and those negotiations continue with the city to realize those demands. I remember when I was at the London School of Economics, a bunch of my students occupied one of the libraries and went to the director with a series of demands, the director being Craig Calhoun, who's sitting in the back there a minute ago. Things like ending neoliberalism in higher education. To which you sort of like, I mean, I agree, but above my pay grade, like not up to me, I can't do this, right? That those kinds of demands often occur from these kinds of occupations. But Justice Resolution 001 is an entirely reasonable set of demands, any one of which could be worked on by political officials in the state. No demands for billions of dollars or anything. But the city has mostly either strung out the negotiations, obstructed the negotiations, but there's some reason to think that there's been some progress over the last few months. And yeah, like that. So the research was not intentional, it was serendipitous. I was doing research on street medics as part of a civic care project on the politicization of care. And I was in touch with 612 MASH, which is the street medic organization in the square. And I knew about the square, and I was taking my daughter to go see it and to drop off a donation for 612 MASH. At which point I asked a very basic question of Janelle, Marcia Howard, and Kia Bible, who are three of the main leaders in the square. They're like, I said, there are 24 PhD students running around here already, right? And nobody's here. And Dave Reagan and I made the decision to, Dave Reagan and I made the decision to, that if nobody else is doing it, that we should do it. Like somebody has to be doing this research. So we decided to invest in it. That research has been very complicated. It's the most difficult research I've ever done. It is not aided by the fact that this is a protest for Black liberation, and I am an older white man. And you know, it's not that that makes things impossible, but there are clearly spaces that I really should not be in. So I'm not the ideal person to do this kind of research. But nonetheless, at this point, we've collected about 4,000 photographs, we've collected several hours worth of video from people's cell phones, 269 audio files, either interviews or speeches in the square, hundreds of hours of on-site participation, 3 notebooks of on-site observations, 120, anyway, you get the idea. We've spent a lot of time in the square and have gathered a lot of material. And sometimes people still give us stuff to make sure that it gets archived. I just got a new chunk of video files last week when I was in Minneapolis. Right. So this is partially to frame Janelle's conversation. I just want to talk a bit about what sort of goes on in the square. And I sort of see it as the square having 3 pillars of collective activity that sort of keep the square going as a viable protest enterprise. One of the most important is community defense. And in the early days of the uprising, this was essential. There were threats not just from the police, which you saw in the Flow State video, but also from violent right-wingers, white supremacists, Boogaloo Boys, all of these sorts of people. Proud Boys were active in Minneapolis around the uprising. Similar, not similar, but an occupation that occurred 5 years earlier at the 4th Precinct in Minneapolis after the murder of Jamar Clark by an MPD officer. That protest ended when a number of the protesters were shot by right-wing militia people. So the idea of the threat of this is a very real one to activists in Minneapolis. The last major sort of, well, that's not true. The previous major protest was the Philando Castile protests, but the one before that was the Jamar Clark protests. And that had been basically ended by right-wing violence. This sort of declined in importance over time. But the other thing I want to flag about this is that community defense ended occupations in Atlanta and in Seattle. And the main reason was because community defenders shot young Black men in their community defense activities. And the square has managed to avoid any of that sort of problem. There have been beefs between community defenders and other people, but at no point did community defenders shoot anybody. And as a result, the protest hasn't been trapped by that. But it's made policing a really interesting problem and issue in the square. It's been a cop-free zone basically for over a year. And how do you do that without having rules and without having people who enforce the rules? And the square has mostly pulled off how to do that. They walk and talk. You know, they're very insistent that nobody can make rules, but they model behavior and so on like that. And the main mechanism that they use to really deal with major threats is mostly information sharing. So there is an active street gang in the square, which is involved in violence fairly often, or gunplay fairly often. You know, despite that, people that are active in the square often feel like it's far safer than it is being outside the square. It's much more threatening to certain people to have the threat to be subject to arbitrary violence by state officials than it is to be threatened by gang members who you know personally and who you usually know what they're shooting their guns off about. Right. So one thing I often say is a lot of people in the square are sort of anthropologists of gunfire. You know, you hear a bunch of gunshots going off, bang, 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 bang. You know, could be anything. Somebody blowing off steam, showing off their gun. Could be any number of things. If you hear one shot, well, then somebody probably just got shot, right? And then you worry. But this is, you know, this gets managed in a way that makes it so that people don't feel particularly unsafe, certainly not in comparison to the threat that comes from state violence. Preservation. One of the things that keeps the square as a protest space is the fact that it has become a sacred space for protesters and for Black people grieving the death of Black people at the hands of police in the state. It's expanded beyond that though. So George Floyd is the most prominent person who's memorialized in the square, but it's become a memorial for all different kinds of people. And in a way, the square has become a canvas on which a Black community records its dead. And the dead come from police, but it also comes from drug overdoses, it comes from gang violence, and all of these people sort of end up getting memorialized in one way or another in the square, sometimes in a bit of tension, but sometimes not. But the memorial is clearly something which is both attractive to the city, but also something that prevents the city from simply rolling in guns drawn. The idea that the city would go in violently to take the square when the center of that square is a memorial to somebody who was killed by the city seems problematic. And therefore, this has been one of the most important things, making the square what it is, making it a symbol for others, but also preventing it from getting rolled up by the police. And the last major activity is well-being. So one of the best articles that I've seen on the square is written by a Minneapolis poet, G.E. Patterson, who wrote a nice piece in the online journal Places, describing the square as a community of care. The people in the square take care of one another in a number of ways. That includes providing clothing, providing food, getting people connected to various institutions of care, whether that be healthcare, mental health care, homeless shelters, so on like that. But the sort of heart of all of that is 612 MASH, which is the Medic Collective, which is in the process of being transformed into a free clinic. But the medics are sort of known around Minneapolis. They often go out to other protests, but they are also something which has been very effective, along with preservation community defense, at bridging the various social divides that are prevalent in the square. Oh, that's terrible format. Sorry about that. I'm looking at this picture and I'm realizing that Janelle's family is in like half of these pictures. So in terms of practices, one of the most important is building the cosmopolitan canopy. And I'm borrowing this specifically from the sociologist Elijah Anderson, who talks about how urban spaces sometimes can become spaces where people from very diverse backgrounds, socioeconomic positions, races, and ethnicities meet. And that can be conflictual, but it also is something which he finds sort of helps generate tolerance in these complicated urban settings. And, I think that 38th in Chicago, before the square happened, had a lot of the characteristics of a very diverse community, but one that didn't necessarily have bridges built across all of those divisions particularly well. And one of the things that has made the square particularly special is that it has become a vehicle for bridging a bunch of those divisions. And in many ways, when people in the square talk, they're talking very much about how the radicalism of their protest is the fact that they've constructed community out of this very divergent, difficult material, right? And rather than the protest itself. So this is something that has persisted even well beyond the ending of the formal occupation when the barricades were up. It has continued to work in this fashion. People continue to meet regularly, and so on like that. So yeah, one of the pictures, the two pictures at the top, this one is Maddie Ortiz. She's one of the sort of most visible figures in the square. That's her organizing notebook. She actively goes out to reaches out to everybody on her block, right? And she makes sure she builds relationships and maintains relationships with them. The other main sort of activity facilitating this is community meetings, which happen twice a day, 7 at 8 in the morning, 7 at night. And the bottom picture is a water gun fight, which I'll never forget because it was right after the first time the city threatened to take back the square. And people had been training, doing shield training and stuff like that all week to resist the cops. And the city backed off. They didn't do it. And the square organized a barbecue, outside event, water gun fight that Thursday afterwards. And I'll never forget the sort of release of tension that happened with that event. So it's a pretty mundane event in the grand scheme of things, but in that moment, it was sort of an example of a community really taking care of itself, building and maintaining community and so on. Memorialization and greeting isn't just a matter of the sort of physical memorials, like this is called the Say Their Names Memorial, which is obviously an extremely powerful art installation. And this is the Morning Walk. And so this is headstones for people. What?
Morning passage.
Morning Passage, sorry. Morning Passage, which is a list of names of people who have been killed by law enforcement, and the Say Their Names Memorial, which is headstones to people over time who've been killed by law enforcement. And so both of these installations attract a number of people to the space and prompts them to treat it as a sacred space, a space of grieving and of memorialization. But it's also become a space that attracts a number of other people from outside the square who want to memorialize the taking of the Black lives that have been taken. So Emmett Till's family was recently in the square, and a mural was painted of Emmett Till in the square. So that was an early civil rights murder. Right, but that family still views Minneapolis and Southside and 38th in Chicago as a space where you would go to remember your fallen relatives. Okay, I don't want to talk about this too much because I'm pretty sure Janelle will.
Say what you want to say.
I'm going to say a lot. But, also, what time is it?
1:40.
Okay, I'm going to wrap this up then. The last thing I want to note is the reshaping of space. So this is a commercial thoroughfare on Southside Chicago. It's an intersection, it's a significant intersection. It's the meeting point of 4 distinct neighborhoods on Southside Minneapolis. But over time, it's been sort of turned into something else entirely. And it's inverted the way we normally relate to the street. It's not a place where it's not a space of flow that we simply pass through to get to somewhere else or to pick up something at a store or something like that. It's become a space where people meet. And this sort of ongoing reshaping of space sort of in some ways represents the character of the square in any given moment, but also the accumulated things that people have done to sort of transform the space into something that meets their needs as a community and meets their needs as protesters. So they've built a number of gardens. When the memorial itself gets maintained on a regular basis, a bunch of planters were built to hold the live plants that were left as offerings at the Floyd Memorial. Those planters and the plants in them clearly weren't going to survive the Minneapolis winter, so the builder team then built a greenhouse, which then all of the planters would go in and they would all survive the winter. So this sort of constant reshaping of space to make it useful for the protests and for the community also indicates kind of an architectural vernacular, I think. It's the sort of way space would be if people actually got to construct it in a way that would serve their community rather than to serve the interests of capital or serve the interests of real estate development or the interests of transportation. And there have been some issues around that. That's another one of the very interesting things I find about the square. So let me see. And then protests. So it's not just that protests started in there, it's also that, so this picture was taken when anti-fascists in Minneapolis were mobilizing against Stop the Steal protests that were taking place at the Capitol. And they had gotten smacked around pretty bad the previous weekend, and they decided they were going to come back and make sure that they won the next struggle. And so they organized a craft table at which they did a bunch of signs, but they also made a whole bunch of shields. And they went out and confronted the right-wing protesters the following week, and they clearly came out ahead. And by January 6th, the protesters at the Stop the Steal protests were outnumbered by the journalists that were covering them. Another, by the way, effect of this is that when the insurrection at the Capitol happened on January 6th, everybody immediately knew everybody from Minneapolis was there because they had all been tracked and all their information was known to everybody in these networks in Minneapolis already. So Unicorn Riot basically immediately published an article which had identified all the people in the crowd that were from Minneapolis. All right. I've gone over time, so I'm not going to do that. And just note that the protest continues. So this was taken after the city came in, but obviously they still have their demands right there painted on the street. All right, thank you very much. So the next person that we're going to have come up is June Yuli. I think that she's next on schedule.
Yep.
And she's going to be talking about, June is a postdoc in the Center for Work and Democracy. And she's going to be talking about research we've been doing on strategic efforts to rebuild the American labor market.
So thank you for coming. I didn't expect we will see this many people in person. I really appreciate your time. I didn't know that I will be able to work with one of the big unions in the US when I was writing my dissertation about female janitors' struggles in South Korea. It happened, and I'm turning my dissertation into a book now. We launched this project called Alternative Unionism in the middle of the pandemic. And this project really made me rethink the utility of my training and knowledge as feminist labor scholar. So I really want to thank Michael McCurry and Dave Reagan. I'm sure he will be online, for making this study possible, and our excellent research assistant, Miria Dorado. So what I'm going to share today is this is very much a kind of a work in progress. So I'm going to share what I have learned so far and what we want to do more in our next step. So let me start with some issues at stake for American labor. Maybe many of you know more than I do. Historically low union density, 10.8%, extremely low rate of collective bargaining coverage, unlike many other advanced economies. I don't know whether PROACT, backed by AFL-CIO and many big unions now, will correct this in the coming years. Inadequate national statistics to understand the changing composition and nature of the workforce and the form of labor strugglers. To just give you one example, like we have no idea how many people are actually having contingent jobs. US Bureau of Labor Statistics, they estimate about 3.8%, which is like completely wrong. Recently, I read an article about ILO US office expect that the size of gig workers last year in the US will reach almost like 43%. I don't know where the number is coming from. We have no idea. And no large scale organizing effort or vision. The last large scale organizing effort, so the thing I know, was SEIU's Fight for Fair Economy campaign launched in 2011, which led to the nationwide $15 minimum wage movement in the following year. We don't have anything like that today. As far as I know, let me know if you know anything. The key problem that we really wanted to tackle in this study is the orthodox belief shared by labor activists and scholars alike, not just here in the US, but maybe internationally, that organizing a union recognized by the national labor law here in the US, National Labor Relations Act, is the most effective and sacred path to empower working people. Naturally, this belief leaves us blind to many alternative strategies that are affecting the mass majority of US workers. Especially, we really wanted to distinguish an organizing strategy from tactics. So in a nutshell, we wanted to know about how the 90% of US workers who are not represented by unions, traditional unions, are fighting back and making their voices heard. So let me share my brain. From very early on, I was really kind of occupied by this image. So unlike previous the studies, most labor scholars, they really look at the traditional union space whenever they want to figure out what kind of innovative, organizing strategies are going on. But from very early on, I really wanted to look at the periphery, the outside of the traditional union space. So we intentionally wanted to understand what's going on beyond and outside the traditional union space, where the 90%, remember, 10% union density in the US, what's going on in the majority of the US workers' lives. So we needed to define two main keywords: alternative unionism as a strategic approach to the space of working class struggles, wherein unorganized workers search for alternative resources and pathways in building power inside and outside their workplaces. So within the US context, we really focused on non-national labor relations board strategies. And another key term, believe it or not, so many labor scholars and activists, I find that they just do not distinguish tactics from organizing strategies. Many of them conflate these two. So we really wanted to distinguish tactics from strategy. So we defined the strategy as a vision that lays out a clearly mapped pathway either to achieve greater union density or to enhance the power and voice of working people in politics and workplaces. So we had 4 main research questions. We wanted to identify the operating, alternative, innovative organizing strategies, especially those proven effective in the past decade. And secondly, like labor scholars like Tom Durevich claims that alternative labor organizing operates in different arenas of power, not replacing unions' organizational power, but complementing it. So we ask, what new forms of bargaining power the alternative strategies have exerted in the process of their actions? And the third and fourth questions are related. If the strategies have made any concrete impact on the lives of working people, are these impacts channeled into a new infrastructure of labor movement? So here you can see how these 4 questions are connected. So I call this innovative flow. We can apply this almost to any kind of social movement organizations. So I don't want to name any specific union, but let's imagine like one big major union. They are not interested in alternative labor organizing strategies, which means they are not experimenting with any kind of new bargaining power, and they are not making any impacts on the lives of 90% of workers. Of course, they are not generating any kind of new infrastructure of labor movement. I have specific unions in my mind, but I cannot tell. Especially in my context, I'm from South Korea. You can guess. So let me tell you a little bit of a method. So we did a media search and compiled the initial list of 50 organizations and continued snowballing during our interview process. And the list grew almost to like 70. So far, we have interviewed about 30 experts, mostly organizing director of these organizations. We were quite surprised by their enthusiasm and interest in this study. So now we are developing some workshop themes that we can collaborate with these organizations. So here you can see the types of organizations. Can you see this? Kind of so people in the back, you can actually look back. There's another screen. So the largest group was nonprofit and worker center. We distinguished these two groups because some organizations like union-based, their function is completely different from traditional worker center. We included various job sectors. Of course, the largest sector was service, including like fast food, domestic work, and we interviewed actually two major unions who are investing in innovative strategies, like SEIU 775 and UHW were part of, and teachers union caucus like Arizona Teachers United and West Virginia Educators Caucus. And 4 major platform labor organizations we interviewed. One retail, I'm not sure they are representing retail sector though, targeting Amazon. The organization name is Athena, and 2 farm workers organizations. General characteristics of the workers are low wage, labor intensive, what I call reproductive sectors, in which women, people of color, and immigrants are the majority. So we identified 8 major strategies and found that they are making interventions in 3 avenues of bargaining power. These forms of bargaining power are not mutually exclusive. They are complementing each other. Sometimes they operate in a kind of an intersectional way. So in the first category, political bargaining power, we look at 2 cases: minimum living wage movement led by Fight for 15, and the second largest kind of category, we're trying to kind of unpack legislative advocacy. We included ballot initiative, domestic workers' bill of rights, and tax to reach campaigns such as Tax Amazon in Seattle. And in the second category, workplace bargaining power, rank and file movement led by teachers organizations. And sectoral bargaining, mainly we are digging in SEIU 775. And platform regulations, we include about 5 gig worker organizations. And minority and independent union, we interviewed farm workers organizations in Washington State called FUJ, the way they collaborate with their very well-known worker center C2C. And the last category under the community bargaining power, we look at 2 cases: bargaining for the common good, not the The one you are very familiar with, maybe, the Chicago Teachers Unions, but not the one. We didn't interview CTU, but we found most recent case, the campaign called Recovery for Our Connecticut. So we included the case in our report. And the last one, supply chain organizing. I was so happy that we had the case in our report. We interviewed organization named Migrant Justice. So we kind of completed writing the case analysis. So let me give you a glimpse of how each case looks like. So the minimum living wage movement led by Fight for 15 is no doubt one of the most successful organizing strategies that directly redistributed wealth to the low-wage workers. We interviewed the SEIU local organizing director of Fight for 15 in California, Adam Baisberg. From last year, they have been pushing a legislation for the fast food sectorial council in LA. Once it's launched, it will operate as an institutional infrastructure for the fast food workers. Fight for 15 targeted the political arena, not the workplace, and has made a concrete impact in the lives of workers. And the impact is channeled into a movement infrastructure building effort, as in the case of the sectorial council in LA. So the sectorial council, I argue, is an advanced model of the previous efforts, such as the Office of Labor Standards in Seattle and the Wage Board in New York. The sectorial council in LA can cover a wide scope of worker demands, such as racial justice and health and safety issues beyond simply the wage. So this is a case under the political bargaining model, and the community bargaining model, bargaining for the common good strategy. Maybe you know the origin of the strategy, Chicago Teachers Union in the 90s and 2000s. It grew out of it and now expanded into many public sector unions like SEIU 1199, New England in Connecticut. So we interviewed the campaign director of Recovery for All Connecticut and found that they established this statewide coalition with 17 unions, 21 community organizations, 9 faith groups last year in response to the pandemic crisis. They are experimenting with a statewide cross-sectoral bargaining table. The key development from the original strategy of the CTU is that they can cover across public and private sectors, and the coalition can work as a movement infrastructure for a broader and more radical social movement. Their common good demand this year was progressive tax reform, which was actually thwarted in June. So in this case, they built a concrete movement infrastructure, but no visible outcome yet. I don't think that I can share the other one. This is actually one of my favorite case, Indigenous Farmers Movement. So maybe I can come back to this when we have a Q&A or something. So in addition to the detailed analysis of each case, we are now trying to offer a kind of a macro view of all these 8 strategies, which will include mapping key strengths and constraints of each case. So let me conclude with 2 main arguments that I can make today. The areas left out of the purview and protection of the National Labor Relations Act are actually the space where most promising labor organizing strategies have been experimented on in the past decade. Far from the common belief that these workers and sectors are unorganizable or the dead end of labor organizing. The alternative organizing strategies have had concrete impact on the lives of working people, directly redistributing wealth, like Fight for 15, the minimum wage movement in the past decade, and the ballot initiative, maybe we will be able to talk a little bit more about it later. And improving working conditions, like domestic workers' Bill of Rights. Expanding the scope of bargaining table to broader community and the political arena, bargaining for the common good strategy. And like rank and file teachers movement. And in a limited sense, I argue that they are reconfiguring the infrastructure of a labor movement. So in our next step, we want to really dig in the questions of new labor movement infrastructure and the scaling of models of alternative strategies. So it sounds very abstract at this point, but just let me share one of my key kind of struggle. Because as you can see, these efforts are all kind of fragmented, exactly the way the workforce, the labor market is structured, right? If we have to imagine a new kind of, labor organizing space, which will not look like the industrial union, the way we know how the factory is built and organized. What kind of a space we can imagine. This quote is from a book Michael recommended highly, Marshall Gunn's Why David Sometimes Wins, study about United Farm Workers Union. And he says, strategy requires the courage to venture into the unknown, risk failure, say no to current demands. So you remember this image that really, occupied my brain from early on. So remember, if we can connect these small efforts into a larger circle, can we imagine like the space of organized labor can grow? And if we need a new kind of a infrastructure of movement, what it will look like. So that's it.
Okay, and the last for this first panel, Mary Margaret Fono, Indulata Prasad, and Jun Lee, who is going to come up to present. So Indulata is a assistant professor in the School of Social Transformation and a friend of the center. Mary Margaret Fono is emeritus professor in the School of Social Transformation and one of the driving forces that brought the center to ASU. They have been working on a project on social reproduction and the infrastructure of care. So they will be talking about that now. Thanks, Michael.
I'm just going to set the stage a little bit, and then my colleagues are going to carry on from there. This has been a year-long collaboration of reading articles, of having twice-a-month meetings, discussing concepts that we are trying to use to critically unpack the notion of essential workers. So essential work has been at the center of the public debate since the outbreak of the global pandemic. Despite the term's widespread usage and politicization, there's little theoretical grounding and critical analysis of the term essential work. So our project aims to initiate a critical conversation on the notion of essential work situated in the conjuncture of unfolding global protests against neoliberal precarity and racial injustice. In particular, our research aims to offer ethnographic data for the unfolding global dialogue among progressive organizations such as trade unions, feminist organizations, and racial justice groups on reclaiming public service eroded by the neoliberal austerity measures. We situate our understanding within the long history of feminist scholarship on social reproduction and more recent scholarship on the care economy and the infrastructure of care. We use a transnational and intersectional lens to help us unpack the meaning of essential work in India, South Korea, and the US, and to explore how the experiences of essential work vary by gender, race, class, caste, sexuality, disability. So this is we're just throwing around our ideas. We don't have results. We don't have an argument yet. So this is like trying to unpack the notion of essential workers. So essential workers are workers. This is the Department of Labor's definition. So essential workers are workers on the front line of providing services and products that maintain the safety and well-being of the general population and include a wide range of occupations in healthcare, social services, education, transportation, public safety, agriculture, and food service. 1 in 3 of these jobs are held by women, and these jobs that fall within the category of essential work. This is particularly true for women of color. For example, in the US, the healthcare sector, which was the fastest growing sector before the pandemic, women made up 77% of the workers, placing them at a disproportionately high risk for contracting the virus. And we saw the statistics play out in terms of the racial disparities among the people who died from COVID. But there's a website called On the Front Line that is a joint investigative journal effort by The Guardian and Kaiser Health Newsletter. And if you go to that website, you'll see little vignettes of all the healthcare workers that have died from COVID. And in their estimation that this is conservative, 3,500 healthcare workers, mostly nurses and health support workers, died. 1 in 6 nurses tested positive for COVID. And the World Health Organization says that over 100,000 healthcare workers have died of COVID. And of course, these are like way under reported. So the range of occupations that fall under healthcare worker is everything from doctors, nurses, therapists, to licensed practical nurses, personal care aides, hospital orderlies. 83% of the women and 50% of minority men in this sector earn less than $30,000 per year. And many lack sick leave and health insurance. Not surprisingly, the pandemic hit workers of color disproportionately, but at a much younger age. And one of the startling statistics in this particular study of who died had to do with age. And the average age of the healthcare worker that died was 60, which is much younger than the national average of people who died. So that means these were younger workers who left behind families who were active in their unions or in their churches or in their community organizations. So these healthcare workers left a big hole in society. Now, paradoxically, women workers were overrepresented in the hyper-visible frontline work that placed them in direct contact with COVID, but at the same time, they were overrepresented in the invisible expendable workforce that found themselves out of work during the shutdown. Women held 60% of the jobs eliminated during the pandemic, primarily in retail, restaurant, hospitality, and domestic work. Even in the best of times, domestic and home healthcare workers who are disproportionately immigrant women of color lack basic labor protections, earn low wages, and have little access to health care. These are the workers who clean our homes, take care of the elderly and the disabled, and watch after our children. The workers described by Ajahn Po, director of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, a national nonprofit workers' rights advocacy organization, as the workers who make all other work possible. Labor protections for workers is extremely important during these heightened periods of health crises. And I kept looking for anybody that would talk about or try to see what happened during the AIDS epidemic and how that might be insight into today's pandemic. And really, SEIU was a union that was out in front in representing both workers and their patients in trying to make the work environment safer. But it was a long struggle to do that. And it seems as though there's amnesia now about the fact that activism could have and can result in, better working conditions, especially around protective clothing. At one point, they were telling nurses to use plastic bags, garbage bags. And then so these labor protections are more needed now than ever when OSHA has been gutted. There's no real infrastructure here to ensure that they are taken care of. So think of the emotional work required to keep yourself, family, coworkers, patients, and the public safe space. Now, this is actually advice that I found on the CDC website for grocery store workers. Okay, the advice given to grocery store workers is illustrative. Store clerks who were constantly cleaning the workspaces and the shopping spaces while also doing their job of checking you out and cutting meat and stacking the shelves, okay, had to deal with the emotional tension involved with anti-maskers and angry customers. Remember, these are workers who are trained, customer is always right. So they're trying to protect customers from the virus. They're trying to protect themselves from this hostile climate. So the CDC advice was, don't confront angry shoppers. If you feel threatened, retreat to a safe space, comma, preferably lockable. Okay, so run and hide yourself in the lock closet. This is protecting you from COVID and the fallout, the political fallout. So essential work to the three of us sounded an awful lot like what feminists have been talking about for the past 50 years and falls under the rubric of like social reproduction work. And you can see in Michael's presentation about the George Floyd Square, this is another community that is built an infrastructure of care. And that happens when the regular structures that are supposed to take care of you don't function or they harm you, right? Okay, so originally feminists were talking about social reproduction in terms of sort of a dual system. There was production work and then there was social reproduction work. And social reproduction work was primarily the unpaid work women did in the home, giving birth, raising children, fixing meals, washing clothes, keeping the house clean, so that the worker could show up at the site of production and work. And then of course, capital had, this free labor that made it possible for the worker to show up and be further exploited. But nonetheless, feminists said, and there were campaigns to pay women's wages for housework. This was like international. Well, that's 40, 45 years ago. Okay, so over time, the theorizing about social reproduction has gotten a lot more sophisticated. And so today, thinking around social reproduction involves not just those domestic things, but any activity or service that nourishes and sustains the population. So it can be schools and hospitals and sanitation. It can be much broader than just what happens in the domestic sphere. When women start to go into the labor force, of course, the jobs that they went into primarily were the ones that seemed a familiar part of the domestic social reproduction scene. So women's labor force participation, when these services are commodified and outsourced, then women are employed in them at lower wages, often in non-unionized sectors. So, and then more recently under the COVID, you saw, nobody thinks anymore of these as two separate systems. They overlap and in some cases merge. So during the pandemic, women who were the ones who managed to keep their jobs and could work from home, right, are also, if they have children who are home from school, it's like there's a blurring there. There's no demarcation between the two spheres. Okay, so social reproduction is one of the concepts that we're working with. The other concept, and this is a word you heard already in here, is infrastructure. Okay, who knew infrastructure was going to become a household word, right? I mean, it's just in the news, it's in politics, everybody is talking about the infrastructure. So we've been collectively rethinking social reproduction that operates through the infrastructure of care. Now, when I say infrastructure, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think, somebody just say, bridges, roads, right? Reservoirs, maybe. Now they talk about cables and, broadband. Okay, so that's infrastructure, roads, bridges, power grids, reservoirs, etc. Critical studies on infrastructure have expanded our ideas about infrastructure, and our work has been influenced by Steve Jackson's notion of broken world thinking as a way to understand the infrastructural labor focusing more on repair, recycling, reproduction, and care. Era Wilson extends the infrastructure to include intimate relationships and relationships of care. Think about like how intimacy is connected to communications infrastructure, like dating apps, even the old-fashioned days talking on the phone for hours. You know, like there's a relationship between how this infrastructure is organized and how we relate to each other, including intimate relationships. Very interesting and clever kind of theorizing. Oftentimes the infrastructure is like hidden from you. It's supposed to operate seamlessly, right? And so like you don't know it's there or who's doing the work behind it. Okay, so when it breaks down or is in need of repair, that perhaps is an opportunity to think about rethinking, you know, what might work. And I think that's one of the directions we want to move in, is to think what might an alternative infrastructure look like that was more attuned to the care needs. Okay, so the other angle is the people, you know, the Biden originally, Biden's infrastructure plan, it was supposed to include the social reproduction and the physical infrastructure. Look how quickly they got separated. Now they're fighting each other for a little bit of space. Okay, so it didn't take but half a second. And then all those senators, how many of them stayed home and did social reproductive work? No. So they're like, what? You know, daycare, that's not infrastructure. Taking care of kids. No, it's bridges, it's water, it's roads. And then it's sold on the idea that there'll be high-paying jobs, all right, for the infrastructure repair. And I'm all for infrastructure repair and high-paying jobs. Guess how many women are employed in construction today? Less than 10%. In the skilled trades, less than 5%. Okay, that has not changed in decades. So those kind of jobs that are associated with rebuilding and repairing the infrastructure are really not targeted at the kind of work that women, the kind of work women and women of color and immigrant women do is home health care, schools, daycare centers. Okay, if you invest in those, you know, you then improve the economic well-being of women workers. But of course, capital doesn't want to pay what the true cost of care is. So we get, you know, low wages, we get an expendable workforce. If they really and truly had to pay, you know, they say we'll go bankrupt. And you see that with the infrastructure. What? We can't use trillions of dollars for infrastructure. We can't give free community college, you know, without ever thinking about why. Why isn't there enough money to pay for this? You know, like who's not paying their fair share of taxes? Okay, so all of these things get intertwined. So one of the things we want to turn our attention to, and I'm going to turn it over now to my colleagues, is that we want to sort of pay more fine-grained attention and detail to the experiences of essential workers. Okay, like what are their concerns? What resonates with them? What kind of politic might be possible if you give voice to the essential workers? So Indu is going to talk about India.
Just one picture.
Oh, yeah, of course. I did actually. I did lock myself. Absolutely. Very good.
So thank you, Dr. Fano, for a wonderful summarization of what we've been up to and included for the past year and a half. These have been conversations that have sustained us through the pandemic. It has been very invigorating and productive to think through a very difficult time. I primarily will be focusing on essential workers, and in the context of India, some of the things that came up for me and kind of provide two vignettes that kind of helps, one a very personal one and one that has been relayed to me through colleagues in India who have been engaged in essential work and through conversations that have been going on for over a year and a half. So invisible, and I titled this section as Invisible Essential Workers in India. It's a work in progress, something that we are thinking through. In the context of India, essential work and infrastructures of care are laced with idioms of caste. Dalits, former untouchables, at the bottom of the caste hierarchy, are primarily responsible for undertaking tasks related to waste removal and disposal and handling of the dead. Terms that are normally have come to be associated with the pandemic, such as quarantine, social distance, and physical distance, have long constituted the lexicon of untouchability. Although discrimination based on the concept that some people are untouchable because of their association with quote unquote polluting forms of labor has been illegal since 1950, untouchability remains socially relevant and widely practiced in India and continues to dictate Dalit lives and lived experiences. So there are approximately, according to one study, 93% of people engaged in sanitation work are Dalits. For example, rather than what we're thinking through here is that rather than consider the dangerous and polluting forms of labor undertaken by Dalits as important to the well-being of the nation, the work has been taken for granted and remained unacknowledged in the perfunctory state-led performances of gratitude and appreciation of essential workers during the pandemic in India. The ongoing invisibility of such labors is seen in their absence. And this mural is from the newspaper, The Hindu, and I think it's May 2020, the print is not here. What you see in this mural that is being painted at that time, I think it's July 2020, is that you see the picture of a doctor, a healthcare professional, a policeman, a journalist. But what is missing is that the picture foregrounds the sanitation worker, most likely a Dalit by caste. So India particularly had two phases that were particularly very like stood out in terms of the magnitude of death and destruction. Was the migration that had the urban rural migration that happened during the first phase of the pandemic, and the migration was referred to as one of the largest ever since the partition. So that was that, and the second one, which I will be talking about today, is the one that happened between April and May. That was very devastating. So in reading the obituary of a close family member in May 2021, I realized the salience of two people who most likely were the only ones to personally attend to the person, to be next to them, and as they inched towards their death, laboring to breathe. They conveyed via written notes that their throat was parched and that they did not have food or water to drink in the government hospital that they were admitted to. In the absence of any doctors, administrators or nurses willing to listen to them or to the people who had admitted them there and provide the care and medical attention they needed, two people stood out. And in that obituary that I was reading, the two people have been were identified as the morgue boys. In the two men oversaw, and the morgue boys in that hospital were responsible for overseeing the handling of the bodies of who died. And because of the shortage of nursing and doctors, I think the on-call doctor said that there were 2,500 patients that he was responsible for at that time. And the nurses were very hard to get. So in all that scheme of things, the morgue boys were willing to and able to provide the care that was needed. It is only after the passing of this dear family member that I realized that you kind of retrospect as to why and how they became available when labor itself, care labor itself was so in shortage. And I realized that they had asked me, can I feed the person? And in thinking, in retrospect, it was basically a permission that can I touch or can I feed, because you're transgressing caste boundaries in that moment. So that's a personal vignette that I wanted to share, which I in the paper referred to as Death One, because death was an overwhelming experience at that time. And the second, which I referred to as Death Two, is that as I struggled to make meaning of death and personal loss, when I shared this story with a colleague in India, he told me many more unknown and unacknowledged COVID deaths have occurred. He had just learned from a distant friend that a relative had died in a government hospital in the state called Uttar Pradesh, Eastern part, talking a very different state here. The person who had died was not a nurse. He was not a doctor. They were not a doctor, but a Safai Karamchari, in Hindi, essential worker, sanitation worker, who had been hired by local villages on an ad hoc basis to transport the dead bodies that were piling up in the government hospital back to the families and then complete the funeral process. If people were following the news at that time, cremation being one of the main form in which you dispose the bodies of, it was burning, the pyres were burning nonstop. Then the person I call Sanjay here. Sanjay, while taking care, he was called from a nearby village, but by virtue of his caste, he was pressed into the service of taking care of the dead. He contracted COVID in the hospital. However, he was not deemed fit to get the medical attention in the very hospital he was attending to. So with COVID, he did the sanitation work that was required of him. When his condition deteriorated, he was asked to go back to his home, where he died 3 days later. Now I present, and then this is a sort of summary that we're trying to think through in terms of what meaning do we make of this death and what does the pandemic do for us? Is this what we are seeing in the pandemic, a new phenomena or an age-old phenomena that has existed? And the pandemic serves as this magnifying glass where you get to see the people. I think Dr. Fenner referred to as infrastructure. The infrastructure is also consists of these people, the repair work people. So what it does is basically magnify something. So I'm seeing the pandemic as a magnifying lens through which you can see these social relations, these debilitating social conditions under which sanitation workers are working, most of them being women, most of being from a particular caste, primarily Dalits in India. So I present the circumstance of a personal loss in conjunction with the seemingly distant and unrelated death to provide some ethnographic insight. And I am trained as an ethnographer, and therefore the need for ethnography for me. In workings of a pandemic, in both rendering provisionally visible and engendering categories of essential work and workers and the infrastructure of care. In both instances, we notice a collapse of infrastructure of care on a massive scale. What comes to mind is there is an implosion. But what does that implosion mean? What does it signify? Has the infrastructure failed, or are we just witnessing something that has been designed to fail? We're still trying to explore that. We also come to see how, despite being completely unprepared, untrained, the community, and in this by sanitation worker community, has stepped up and took up risky tasks that others who were trained to perform those jobs have abdicated or have chosen not to, or are just overwhelmed. So there is a way in which there is a particular section of population that has stepped in where others more privileged could kind of step aside in this moment. They perform the essential work deemed as dirty and impure, again, lexicons of caste, of untouchability, even in circumstances that were detrimental to them and further stigmatized them. Yet they remain invisible from the narrative of essential work, and the workers As I've illustrated in the salutary celebrations of COVID workers, which was they were deemed as COVID warriors. But who are these warriors, if not them? So more on the performance of celebration rather than actually thinking about who are these people that are doing the dirty work, the impure work that is then able to sustain what we are calling an infrastructure of care. So the hope is to analyze these two, to analyze death per se, and to understand what sort of death is this. And as a group, as we think about it, as this, we've been coming around the terms quote unquote permissible death and acceptable death as part of an infrastructure of care, where repair is not is sustained not through mechanism or development, but in this case, this disposable body of labor or this disposable people that has been marked as always excluded or on the margins. So I'll just conclude with that. Thank you.
I'm not sure I can actually add my portion to this. Do we have time?
You should present. Yeah, you should. We need to hear you.
So maybe you are wondering what's going on here. So three of us are writing a paper together. So this is my portion. I'm gonna just quickly read this section. Another kind of, vignette or a kind of a scene that you can understand what's going on around the world, not just here where we are living. In the midst of the summer heat wave and the world-class social lockdown, a middle-aged female janitor finished her workday lying on the floor in the dormitory building where 190 students resided, commuting to the main campus of the Seoul National University. The media and the university authority, including a few local professors, responded to the premature death of a janitor in the dormitory building frivolously, raising concerns on the cause of her death. She was not infected with the COVID-19 and considered relatively young and healthy among the janitorial workers in the university. The medical diagnosis of her death was myocardial infarction, heart attack, a common symptom of overwork that caused numerous deaths of delivery workers and nurses in the country even before the pandemic crisis. A social diagnosis is so complex that it will be settled in a legal dispute between the employer side, the remaining family members, and the labor union. Janitorial work is socially considered easy and suitable for middle-aged and elderly women because cleaning does not require any specific skills. Further, it requires intimate and familiar feeling, as people feel most comfortable when public restrooms are cleaned by Korean women, especially older women. Unlike other sectors such as restaurant, agriculture, and sex work, where the number of migrants keeps increasing in South Korea, janitorial work is conducted entirely by native Korean women. With the added social necessity under the pandemic, the intensity of commodified cleaning labor that includes picking up used masks, sorting out plastic containers of delivered foods, and sanitizing all the areas people touch could lead a relatively healthy woman in her 50s to death. She cleaned the dormitory building, housing 190 students alone, covering all the dorm rooms, bathrooms, and common areas. Her husband commented in an interview that she used to groan about the exponentially increased size of trash and recyclable as the lockdown restricted students' mobility for months. So she was a labor union member and employed directly by the university. So none of the privileges enjoyed only by a small fraction of workers in the country, the category of a unionized regular worker could protect her from the country's labor competitive edge, overworking to death. In Korean, 과로사. This story still hides some critical social dimensions of the janitor's death in the summer of 2021. As the pandemic news continues to dominate the media headlines, the hyper-visualized numbers chosen carefully through the predetermined political priorities by the government authorities, including newly empowered medical experts, shape the ways we see, feel, and navigate the world. As the knowledge of infection and death is hyper-visualized in numeric form, the human experience of life and death has been more remote and inaccessible for many. Certain forms of life and death fail to register to the new social knowledge and are permanently delayed to be known or felt. So we call this a slippery category of knowledge of human life, disarticulated in the pandemic time, permissible death. On the one hand, death became knowable in the determined social scale worldwide. On the other hand, many forms of unregistered loss are not only unscalable, but becoming socially permissible. How are the transnational knowledge roots of inclusion, exclusion determined? Which death is permitted to be unknown? What forms of life is worth to be protected and cared for? In the seamless operation of vaccine production and circulation worldwide, what we notice is the organized discrepancies that are reconfiguring the spaces of transnational. Certain areas and deaths never be soundly connected to the global circuit of the knowledge of life potential. That is what we call social reproduction potential of the globalized humanity. So that's all I have.
So I set a terrible example, I'm aware of that. So we are running a bit behind, but I do want to give people the opportunity to ask the panelists a couple of questions, and then we're going to take a relatively quick break, and we're going to move into introducing the Center Fellows, which is the next panel. I also want to encourage everybody to have a sandwich. We have extra sandwiches. If you have not had one, please do. But yes, questions for the panelists. Okay. Yeah.
I had a question about a specific example, the difference between strategies and tactics in labor organizing. I was just curious if you could say a little bit more about
Yeah,
that.
sorry that I didn't really include any details of that argument. Like strike. What do you think it is?
A tactic.
Mass drag. Sorry?
Tactic?
Tactics, right? Tactics are like short term. And when you are in a fight, many of our interviewees articulated, it's more contingent to a specific environment or specific constraints. So you need to be very flexible. But unlike tactics, strategy is long term. Anyone in the movement know what they are doing for the coming 12 years. Most of the cases that we studied, they lasted for a decade. When they continue to accumulate some kind of outcomes, they fail at some point, they win next time. So strategy is a vision and a pathway, a very clearly mapped pathway. Everyone can see what we are doing, but tactics are not, right? Does that make sense?
Strategy is flexible. I'm with SEIU UHW, so it's a strategy
Thank
is
you. Yes.
flexible.
Mhm.
It is very visionary, and
Mhm.
you're adapting to the cause. You're adapting to the reality.
This is a distinction that we talk about a lot internally, and it can get confusing. But I mean, one thing that's very clear is that, and that motivates June's discussion, is that a lot of the labor is in crisis, the labor movement is in crisis. And what we sort of find and what we're reacting to is what we see as a sort of interminable tactical discussion amongst people that are trying to think a way out of labor's crisis, and very little discussion of strategy. And that is a conversation that we want to facilitate between union leaders, between activists and academics, people like Lisbeth, people like Dave. But it's also one that we feel like is really kind of missing at this moment. And, you know, as Dave Reagan, who I believe is still with us, and will be with us later for sure, you know, he'll often point out that the labor movement's on the clock, right? Like if we don't figure out a strategic way out of the binds and dilemmas of the labor movement, there's not going to be much of a labor movement pretty soon. So it's one of the imperative pieces of work that we have at the center. But June just gave a very good demarcation of how we think about the difference. And that's clearer than most of our conversations. So thank you.
So I know as a feminist, I really had a hard time to really use this kind of language in a very militaristic kind of, you know, we always have to imagine a kind of a war situation, right? A fight. What if it's not a fight? What if it's something like creating something completely new organism of a labor, you know, movement for workers' lives? So we are really kind of constrained by the traditional languages. And another book in this summer that really inspired me, maybe many of you know, Adrienne Maree Brown's Emergent Strategies. Maybe that book is more relevant to many young social movement activists.
That's a book actually that I've seen passed around in George Floyd Square. Okay, yeah, Ben.
Yeah, so I have a question about the infrastructure discussion, which I found that really interesting. Thank you guys all for that. But the notion of infrastructure seems to me really interesting and productive here. So first of all, it's sort of striking how many people in Congress seem to have been reading in infrastructure studies, right? I mean, this sort of expansion of the concept. And yet, one of the things that's quite interesting that's happened in the context of the pandemic is the troubling, not just of sort of infrastructure, but of the public-private distinction, which often gets attached to it. So physical infrastructure, bridges are public, right? So it's public infrastructure. And part of what the sort of US domestic debate around infrastructure investment has been about is, you know, well, these are the things that you do in the home, or these are the things that are sort of, you can outsource from the home, but they remain in the sort of space of the private or something below the level of the sort of public and collective. And yet, you know, around the world, governments stepped into the space of the private and responded to a profound disruption of labor everywhere. And yet the differences in the way, so in other words, converted, you know, a kind of private market economy into a space of almost immediate urgent infrastructural investment for the preservation of that structure during a period of profound disruption or destruction even. And yet the differences in the way they stepped in say something about the ways in which those formations are understood, well, vis-a-vis public and private, but other things as well. So, you know, just for example, you know, we in this country established a sort of unemployment, assumed that the market would take its course and establish a sort of response to unemployment. You know, the first response that was taken in South Africa was to immediately invest in subsidies for childcare, basically, to generalize those and to make them. So anyway, I just wonder whether that's come into what you've looked at, because in a sense, it's a crumbling infrastructure in the context of the pandemic, which makes it visible and brings out questions about what is rightly left to sort of natural or naturalized forms of association that are sort of private or quasi-private versus the sort of structured and structural and reproductively structural commitments of you know, of sociocultural, political, and economic regimes that in effect hold things still and suddenly have to acknowledge that when everything stops staying in place and the bottom falls out underneath it completely.
And this is one of the things we're trying to figure out. And like, we're talking across three very different countries that are facing similar circumstances and responding differently. So I'm not really, the whole thing about the, in the US, you know, it's the profit motive. The investment in the infrastructure is to ensure that goods are transported or, you know, it's not for the public good. It's for, in the private sector, it's for making money. And if you can't make money off of it, it, you know, isn't something under your purview, and it's left to the people who are marginalized and left out of the distribution of goods and services to come up with some new strategy for achieving them. We're not really sure. We're hoping that we can come up with some crazy new way of thinking about infrastructure, because my worry is everything now is about infrastructure. What does infrastructure really mean? And, you know, how does it vary across countries? I know in comparing the US, Canada, Australia, and Britain, the poverty rates in the US are often attributed to single heads of households. Okay, so having a single mother raise kids it becomes the cause of poverty. If you look in other countries, Norwegian countries, the same number of women are single parents, but they don't have that same rate of poverty because they have a infrastructure, childcare and creches and subsidized leave, and you know, so like that's one way you can look at shoring up. But you know, that involves taking on capitalism. I mean, that's why it's so hard to do here.
I want to say to you. So the literature that I've been reading in and the ethnography that I have been following, what happens when infrastructure breaks? So there is pipes that have broken, and so who gets called in? And it usually follows, like in the case that I'm looking at, it usually follows that while the technology is there to construct infrastructure, to maintain that infrastructure, it's usually particular bodies and labor. So I'm not sure if I'm answering the question, but it seems that somewhere, and I think it comes back to the conversation we were having yesterday about this notion of repair, because infrastructure needs to be maintained. So the notion of repair came up, but again, what does repair look like in particular socio-political locations, and what constitutes repair? For me, from the ethnography that I'm looking from, it seems that it is basically reproducing age-old forms of manual scavenging. So the critique from manual scavengers, as Safai Karamcharis, sanitation workers come from, is you cannot go on building toilets. You have to invest in how to improve the mechanism that can then call for automation of some of the how it's cleaned or maintained. Because some of the infrastructure that is being put in place is reconstituting old forms of labor that has been very discriminatory. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but this is weird in how what is happening in India at this moment, where there is a critique from the sanitation workers saying constructing more bathrooms, the toilets is not the answer. It is about, you have to look at it in a way as to how it's connected with sanitation issues, water issues. There are like a whole bunch, it's interconnected. And that these sanitation workers need to be at the center of the discourse rather than on the periphery or added to at the end. So that's the insight that
I really appreciate your distinction between public infrastructure and private infrastructure, maybe the investment of the private sector. We had this conversation yesterday that maybe we need to really push the critique of a repair, thinking about starting from where it's broken. But if we push further, how we can undo the infrastructure of the industrial capitalism, fewer, fossil fuel industry, right? Undoing already existing infrastructure can be part of feminist project. What it will look like if we have to get rid of oil industry, right?
Craig, did you want to throw in?
I think you better go on to the next session.
That's probably a good idea. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to take a short break while we get presentations up on the screen here, and then we're going to come right back and move into the next panel. where we will hear from June again, and Ben Case and Janelle Austin. So give us like 3 minutes and then we'll go again. Yes, hello.
Yeah.
So I've been meeting with
And then I came in. Whoa, that also, my advice on the time, I think was great, but also Marcia's, I love him so much. I know, I was like. I think. I know. No, it's great. No, I really like the time. I'm not, you asked your question. I'll find it great. I'm like, I didn't know. I just realized. Hi. I know, I was like, you're gonna say something.
Let's say we met.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always think.
Yeah, I think
So I don't know if you try to get finished. You try to do that, you have a big thing tomorrow. I know.
I will grade myself so slow. I should never ask.
I mean, that's how you know, we saw
And then we're crawling.
So that I don't.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Questions and issues relate to sport, right? I mean, it's like a real living.
I forgot, because, as I was talking about earlier. No, not at all, but backstory for
Appreciate you allowing me to be here.
That's my. It will be at some point.
Future of everything. Now it's new colleague.
We should also get around all the time. Yeah, I'm cracking the whip now because I messed up earlier. So I apologize for that. We're gonna get started again with the second panel.
I mean, I know they have the class.
For this uncertainty. I'm not sure.
You're not certain.
It's really like small streams, so actually, thank you for the excellent questions. No, it's not. It's literally.
I'm trying to get on.
No, I said it back. Internalize that letter. Windows 30. Not a good example. Okay, we want to get started on the second panel. Again, this is partially a working conference and partially a public conference. But one of the purposes of this conference was to introduce a number of people to each other. People who have connected in various ways over the last year, but give them a little bit of space and time to hear from each other, talk to one another, and so on like that. With that in mind, in this section of the schedule, we're going to be hearing from center fellows, postdoctoral fellows in 2 cases, and hopefully an activist in residence in the 3rd case. Ben Case will be up first. Ben Case we just hired and will be the project lead on a ballot initiatives project. Ben is a sociology PhD from the University of Pittsburgh. He does work on violence and nonviolent protest and their relationship to efficacy and success. He's done some work on rioting and solidarity. He has done research work for Healthcare Pennsylvania, so he's already familiar with some of the union environments that we're working in. And he will be up first. He will be talking about his dissertation research, When Yelling Isn't Good Enough, Rise in Civil Resistance. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next 2 as well right now so that we can move through this. Jiyun, we've already met, but she has been a postdoctoral fellow at the center for a year already. And she is leading up the Union Strategies Project. And she will be talking about her work today on labor precarization and the financialization of social reproduction. And then finally, Janelle Austin will be talking. Janelle Austin is, we're trying to arrange an activist in residency here at the Center for Work and Democracy. She would be the first such activist in residence. And she is the co-founder of the George Floyd Global Memorial in George Floyd Square. She also directs the Racial Agency Initiative. And she's been an important leader in that protest in Minneapolis over the last year. So Ben will go first, then we'll hear from Jiyun, and then finally Janelle. So Ben, turn it over to you. Okay. Let me also say one more thing, which is I introduced Kylie Kriskauskas and Rochelle Shapiro from Flow State earlier today. They are doing some B-roll shots. Which is good to hear. If that really bothers you, you might want to step to the side. Or wear your mask.
Or demand compensation as an extra.
Yeah, you should talk to Sally about that. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Ben. I'm very excited to be with you here at the Center for Work and Democracy. I'll be presenting today, as Michael mentioned, on my dissertation research at the University of Pittsburgh. Hopefully this will fit right into the seemingly interminable tactical debates that Michael mentioned. My main research question is, how do riots factor into civil uprisings? Or put a different way, how do we understand violent tactics within otherwise nonviolent movements? So I actually want to start with the idea of nonviolent protests, because that's a big part of why I think it's so important that we do research on riots. We have this dominant notion that the only forms of protest that are legitimate, the only forms of political action that can be legitimate, have to conform to a very narrow, strict definition of nonviolence. So where did this argument come from? The argument for nonviolence used to be primarily on a moral basis, right? The idea was that any sort of violent action is wrong, our enemies are violent, and therefore our resistance has to be nonviolent for it to be righteous. Obviously, there are still people who hold this opinion, but in the face of struggles for liberation by the global South and by the oppressed all over the world in the 20th century, and accompanying theories of structural violence, the argument for moral nonviolence lost a lot of traction on the left for people who are committed to social justice. For the most part, people acknowledge that it can be legitimate to fight back. So the argument for nonviolence shifted, specifically around the work of a political scientist named Gene Sharp, who published in 1973 a very influential book called The Politics of Nonviolent Action, where he argued that nonviolence isn't important because it's morally superior. Nonviolence is important because it works better. So the argument shifts to a strategic argument. It's about efficacy. It's about what actually works to create change from below. So Sharp has this idea that by mobilizing nonviolently, we're able to put in play these sorts of power dynamics that kind of can flip the script on violent authorities. There's a number of ways he argues this. One of the most prominent is the backfiring mechanism, this idea that if we protest peacefully and then we're violently attacked by authorities, people see this and they're horrified by peaceful protesters being attacked violently. It increases sympathy for the movement and it increases antipathy for the state, thus allowing us to sort of flip the violence of the state against them. This is one of the ways that nonviolence is crucial to the dynamics that allow regular people to create change from below. It's a powerful story. It's been deeply resonant with a lot of activists and movements. It's become the standard for the way a lot of movement organizations view activist strategy, and it certainly has become the standard for the way commentators on movements talk about protests. It also is reliant on a very selective reading of history and on conceptual slippage between the ways that we define the term nonviolence, which I'll talk more about in a moment. Scholarly research on movements in many ways came from the study of riots. But as from the 70s on, as movements came to be associated with nonviolence, at least in sociology, the focus has shifted toward formal organizations and processes, I think to the detriment of our understanding of the way people can create social change from below. So I argue we need to bring riots back into the way we understand that kind of social change. So this is an overview of my argument in sort of 3 chunks. First, there's no such thing as a nonviolent uprising. So I take data on riots and I interpolate them into the most prominent data set on nonviolent conflict to show that in moments of uprising, when people challenge the state, these moments always involve the sorts of things we call riots. So then the question becomes, how does violent collective actions interact with nonviolent protest? The dominant view again is that violent actions always demobilize protest. They frighten people away, and they increase repression, and they turn public opinion away from movements and things like that.
So I find evidence to the contrary. I analyzed data on riots and nonviolent demonstrations in the US and South Africa on the past 70+ years, and find that in the aggregate, riots are actually associated with increased nonviolent protests over time. And finally, how does rioting impact rioters? When we talk about riots, it's often in ways that flatten the participants into this sort of group, right? As a crowd thing. It's whether we're sort of supportive or against it, riots get talked about in terms of mobs. People talk about criminals or thugs from a certain perspective, and the masses even from a more supportive perspective. These are all terms that kind of erase the people who are actually doing the actions that make it what it is. So I wanted to talk to rioters about their experiences, and I do this in two interview studies, one with anarchists in the US who participated in Black Bloc tactics, and one with student activists in South Africa who took part in the Fallist uprisings in 2015 and 16. What we find in both cases is that those moments can have really deep subjective and symbolic effects on participants that not only impact their subsequent political organizing, but also people's personalities and worldview. Now, normally in a talk of this length, I would focus on one of these. But since, at least initially, the idea of this talk was to let my colleagues at the center get to know me better. Now here I am talking to all of you. It's wonderful. I thought I would give a quicker overview of the whole project. I also am aware that we're running a little bit late, which is good to know. I'm not sure I'd be able to fully trust the center if it was able to pull off a day-long conference perfectly on time. But nevertheless, I don't want to contribute too much to this. And so I'll check in with you in a few minutes and see how we're feeling about time. I'll do my best to sum it up. Before we dig in, I do want to say a brief word on terminology. We're talking about violence and nonviolence. These are really complicated. They're complex terms. They're multifaceted terms. We could go down a deep rabbit hole of definitional debates, which I'm not going to do right now, but I do want to say a word about the term riot and the way I'm using it. The term riot is a very fraught term, especially in the US context. A very famous movement scholar, Charles Tilley, has argued that we should strike riot from our lexicon altogether because it's been over leveraged for rhetorical meaning. In the US specifically, it takes on racialized connotations. It's used to delegitimize movements. These things are all true. I also think it's important that we fight to keep the term because it has so much traction in the popular consciousness. So I use the word riot, but I'm trying to use it, at least in the research, based on a more clinical definition, based on mainly two things. One is constituent behavior, so the things that people are actually doing in these moments. And riots actually have a stunningly stable repertoire of action across contexts, across geographies, and across time. So that's one thing, is sort of the things people do in protests that we would say transcend the boundaries of nonviolence. And second is the direction that systemic power is flowing through the event. This one's a little more complicated, but basically I'm distinguishing between anti-institutional violence and institutional violence. Anti-institutional violence has to do basically with punching up against systemic power. So we're looking at things like anti-police riots, food riots, riots targeting major corporations and things like that. I'm not looking at what I would call pogroms or dominant racial or ethnic groups violently attacking minority or marginalized or vulnerable populations. Sometimes those are called riots. They're called sometimes race riots or ethnic riots in certain parts of the world. They can bear some similarities, but they're dealing with very different political and social dynamics. So I'm distinguishing between the two. I'm looking at anti-institutional violence. Okay, so I have a lot of issues with Gene Sharp's theory of power, which I'm, for the sake of time, going to skip over for the moment. I'm going to focus on the empirical arguments. Erica Chenoweth and Maria Stephan are two political scientists who've become the most prominent civil resistance scholars, the most prominent scholars in nonviolent studies. They published a book in 2011 called Why Civil Resistance Works. And in this book, they present research from Erica Chenoweth's Nonviolent and Violent Conflicts and Outcomes dataset, the NAVCO dataset. And what NAVCO does is it takes all the conflicts in the world that have challenged first state power, that have tried to overthrow the government for more than 100 years, and they categorize them into two categories. They have violent struggle and nonviolent struggle, right? And they have a bunch of other variables, and they compare these for efficacy, for what's worked better to overthrow governments. And they find that nonviolent campaigns have been about twice as likely to overthrow governments as violent campaigns, with the trend line moving toward nonviolent struggle being even more comparatively effective. And they conclude that this is validation of Sharpe's theory. This is proving to us that nonviolence works better. This has been heavily resonant in a lot of activist circles. Why civil resistance works is all over the place among activists. I mean, it's in activist manuals and nonviolent direct action trainings. If you read an article online about why nonviolence is important in movements or why riots are bad, it will to an article cite this research. This research is the pillar of the argument that nonviolence is more effective. So what does NAVCO actually do? It doesn't actually compare violence to nonviolence the way we talk about those things on the ground. It compares warfare to civilian uprisings. The violent category in the data set comes from the Correlates of War data set, which categorizes all the wars in the world. And they have a subset of intrastate conflict. To make it into Correlates of War, a conflict has to have at least 1,000 battle-related deaths between at least 2 armed parties. There's quite a high threshold for inclusion. So that's the violent category. The nonviolent category they construct themselves based on historical references and news and consulting area experts. But crucially, in the nonviolent campaigns, they don't have any variables for any type of violence that falls below the threshold for war. So there's no variable for riots. There's no variable for sabotage. There's no variables for any of this stuff. We're just calling civilian uprisings nonviolent because they're less violent than an open armed conflict of war. But it's not really nonviolent. All of the debates activists have about whether or not we should be throwing things at the police or setting things on fire, all of those debates take place within that nonviolent category, but they're erased in the research, which says nonviolence works better, and that's reproduced in among activists to make this argument that the research really doesn't speak to. So I take a variable for riots from the Banks cross-national time series data archive that has variables for these types of things. They have a variable for major riots. That's riots involving more than 100 people with millions of dollars of damage. This is, again, major riots. And I drop that into NAVCO and line up the dates in the countries, and we find that more than 80% of these nonviolent campaigns involved major riots. The Banks data set also has a lot of limitations geographically. It's based on English language news sources. So when you go through case by case in NAVCO, you actually bring this number up to almost 100%. Almost every single civilian uprising that's challenged the state has involved major riots. There's an asterisk on that 100%, which I could talk more about later if you want, but it's about 100%. So as I say, for all intents and purposes, there's no such thing as a nonviolent uprising. There are nonviolent tactics. Thank you, June, for reminding us about that. There's also organizations that commit themselves to nonviolence. But from a movement-wide perspective, in moments of uprising, these things always involve the sorts of things we call riots. So the question becomes, how do these things interact? The dominant argument from strategic nonviolence position is that riots demobilize movements, right? The main mechanism for success, according to Chenoweth and Stefan, also according to Sharpe, is that nonviolence allows us to mobilize more people on a consistent basis. Riots, they say, frighten people away. They invent repression. They turn people away from movements. They reduce participation, and that's why they hurt movements. So if we map riots and nonviolent demonstrations over time, we should expect to see, if this was true, when riots go up, we should see nonviolent demonstrations go down, right? If riots are demobilizing nonviolent demonstrations. In fact, that's not what the data shows us. So this is time series data for nonviolent demonstrations in the blue dotted line and riots in the red solid line. This is from Banks. This is the US between 1946 and 2017. As you can see, they almost always move in the same direction. They don't move in opposite directions. And Banks is an annual data set. So each of these movements is a whole year. So truly, if we saw a spike in riots in 1 year and it demobilized people, we should see nonviolent demonstrations step in the same year. Yet in every single instance of a major uprising, they're both moving in the same direction, sometimes in different proportions, but always in the same direction. This is the same data for South Africa from banks. And this really doesn't take much explanation. The two variables are basically collinear when it comes to South African protests. So when you run the data analysis, I run an OLS regression and an ARIMA time series model. I'm not going to go through the mechanics of those for the sake of time, but feel free to ask me about it later. We find that riots are associated with increased nonviolent demonstrations within the same year and increased nonviolent demonstrations in the following. So in aggregate, riots do not demobilize nonviolent demonstrations. In fact, they're associated with increases, especially during moments of uprising. Okay, for the sake of time, I think I'm going to actually skip over some of the arguments about why this might be. But again, I'm happy to talk about that later over a beer, or feel free to contact me about it. There's a lot of reasons to believe that rioting does not negate the backfiring mechanism. So finally, I do want to say a few words about the interview studies, which were just really incredible. So I had two interview studies, one, as I say, with anarchists in the US and one with fallists in South Africa. Both produced incredibly rich stories and analysis from people on the ground who've been part of different types of organizing and movements, including in violent protests. Obviously, the people I spoke to are anonymous in the study to protect their security, because we're talking about actions that were illegal. But I really approach these folks more as co-researchers than as interview subjects. The level and the sophistication of analysis was really out of this world. And so I'd like to take you through a few of those quotes, if we have time in a moment, just to kind of highlight some of that. But there were three main takeaways that I want to mention beforehand. First is that for rioters, the rioting is primarily symbolic. It's not instrumental. And this is really important because the strategic nonviolence school has promoted this idea of really a mechanistic look at movements, right? We're supposed to be able to get positive outcomes if we can do the right things on the front end. It kind of looks at movements like a cookbook. We can get positive outcomes if we have the correct inputs, we measure them right. If we have just this right amount of disruption and no violence, if we do it correctly, we should be able to get positive results. That's not the way social struggle works in the real world. But ironically, it's also the way violence has been approached in scholarly studies of movements. Famous studies of violence and movements by Kerr and Gamson approach violence purely instrumental, as this is something people do when they think it'll work, right? It's means to an end kind of thing. But for rioters, that's not the case, right? People throwing a rock at the police don't really think that's going to help them defeat the police in open combat. People breaking a corporate window don't really think this is going to ruin the corporation financially, right? These are about embodying resistance. They're about giving voice to dissent through actions and making a symbol of that. Second is that riots have really distinct emotional impacts on participants. When I talk to people about these moments, they use terms like energized, exciting, frightening, terrifying. None of that is very surprising, but a lot of people also used words like magical and euphoric. And the single most common term people used to describe those moments in both studies was beautiful. So there's something going on in these moments that imbues people with a sensation that's different from other types of protest. And in some cases, this has led people to visions, to liberatory visions of a future in which this kind of struggle wouldn't be necessary. And that's continued to stick with a lot of participants throughout their lives. People talk about coming back to those feelings in subsequent organizing. And finally, riots sort of essentially keep the contentious in contentious politics. Contentious politics is a social science jargony term. But here I'm basically extending the argument of Frances Fox Piven, who argues that riots give muscle to the demand of a movement, in her words. I think that's true, but that's still looking from the perspective of the target. I think it's also true of the participant. I'm putting this in conversation with the disruptive deficit of conventional protests that Hank Johnston and Serafim Seferiades theorize, that protest that becomes overly performative, protest that seems to have the form of disruption without any disruptive content, can lead people to a loss of political meaning. If you've been to enough protests, you've probably been to a protest where you walk around the block and you chant, and you have this feeling that is this really interacting with power at all? Sometimes that's important, but if it's too much of that, I think it can result in cynicism for a lot of activists. That's what people shared with me, and ultimately to potentially to co-optation and disillusion. So in this context, rioting can break through that and sort of imbue people with this visceral sensation that politics is a struggle and which side of the struggle they're on. How are we doing on time? Do I have 5 minutes to 5 or 7 minutes to go through some of these quotes? How do people feel? Can I get a straw poll here on how people feel about time? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Great. Well, maybe I will pick one from each side. So the first two quotes come from fallists. These are people who participated in a series of movements. Most were from Fees Must Fall, which was about a lot of things, but sparked by fighting fee increases at universities that would have been prohibitive to a lot of low-income students in South Africa, but also Roads Must Fall and Outsourcing Must Fall, which were about fighting outsourcing of labor in universities and fighting to decolonize higher education in South Africa. These involved campus occupations, labor strikes, and in many instances, physical fights with security. So this first quote comes from an undergraduate activist at Wits. And in this, actually, he's relating a sentiment that had been relayed to him by a Palestinian comrade of his, who he met when the friend was studying in South Africa, and they attended protests together. So he's, in describing his own feelings, he's relaying something that was said to him by this friend of his who's talking about throwing rocks at Israeli tanks at home. We know it's not likely to hurt anyone, but all of that hurt, pain, frustration, anger, you have to release it somehow. And sometimes yelling isn't good enough. Rock throwing humanizes you in the face of a dehumanizing situation. So as you can see, this is also the source of the title of this talk and the title of the book project. So I really think it speaks to a lot of the things we're getting at. It's not about defeating the enemy in a fight in that sort of a sense. It's about giving voice to this dissent and the need for that to be said sometimes in a way beyond speaking. Michael said 2 minutes. I'm going to push it a little bit. This is another quote by a graduate student activist at University of Johannesburg. She's talking about a peaceful vigil that parents and kids attended in support of the students and police attacked. The police start firing rubber bullets at us. People have been shot in the back. They're laying there and people are hiding out. The cops are walking around with their guns like a war zone. And it's so intense and we're so broken. It feels like there's no hope. So at that point, a bus shelter was burned. And we all thought it was beautiful to see the fire. Because it's what Fanon mentions. It's kind of like a therapy for us. We needed it in that moment. We needed the roads to be blocked and we needed the stones. I'm just going to read one more. The next two were from Black Bloc activists. This is an anti-surveillance tactic that came from Germany and spread across the world in the 1970s. Everyone dresses in black. It makes it difficult to distinguish between individuals in a crowd. It also looks imposing and intimidating. These aren't always involved with riots or violent protests, but one of the hallmarks of this sort of contingent is its willingness or sometimes eagerness to riot. So I'll skip this one for the sake of time, and I'll just end on this one. This is from an anarchist. She's in her 50s now. This is about the first Black Bloc action in the US, which was in 1990 on Earth Day. She's talking about an unarrest, which is the act of physically fighting someone out of police custody when the police are trying to arrest them. I felt really empowered being part of a group like that. And that was a feeling I wanted people to know was possible. And the unarrest, that we didn't have to go along with the power over us, that we could physically remove ourselves from that kind of power and control. I felt just a fundamental shift in my capitulation to authority. And I was in kind of an abusive relationship at the time, and that day was the end of my tolerance of that. It just seemed like a lot more was possible. So in this example, we see how that experience, it didn't just shift her political consciousness or her view of politics per se as sort of an abstract part of society, but it shifted how she saw her relationship to authority in general. So in closing, why is this important? I think if we're viewing movements as having to be purely and very narrowly nonviolent in order to work, we're setting ourselves up for failure. I think it's an unrealistic expectation, and say, historical. And the arguments for why that should, for why strategic nonviolence actually works, I think are misinterpreted. In fact, in moments of uprising, or moments of uprising are riotous, I'll put it that way. So if we really want to understand strategies for achieving social change, we have to make riots part of the story.
Thanks, Ben. June?
Right, so maybe you know what I'm doing already. And this is some other projects that I've been working on. I actually submitted this paper, resubmitted this paper last night to a journal called Capital and Class. So you will be able to read it sometime later this year, I hope. I've been really thinking a lot about this issue in the context of South Korean labor movement for many years so far. Not sure why. So the paper is basically about, I met this woman, maybe anyone who knows about South Korean labor movement must know this person. Her name is Jin-Soo Kim. She waged the longest, we call high altitude protest on the crane in one of the largest shipbuilding yard in South Korea. Still, South Korea is producing about like 12 really huge container ships every year. Think about the size of the commodities that we are actually moving across the oceans. And she is the first union leader, female union leader. And before her, it was around early 2000s. So right after 1997 Asian financial crisis, the shipbuilding industry was shaking. So they tried to lay off, and the law changed to allow these big businesses to lay off people en masse. So right before her, there were 2 union leaders who killed themselves in the process of protest, ongoing protest. And she figured out she is not going to kill herself. Instead, she will survive on this crane, high altitude crane, that the machine that she used to build the ship and protest. And what actually happened in the process of protest? You can see these people. You know what? I really love Ben's description of a riot, but in South Korean context, when you imagine like mass, factory workers, mass strike, in South Korea, you can imagine like in shipbuilding industry, everyone is wearing the same uniform, blue one. They sit like straight lines. They seriously look like just military. And I heard from one activist who I really admire. And he was saying to me, looking at the crowd, I mean, the people who are sitting like military or like a machine in their uniform, and they are protesting, right? And he said, wow, it's so beautiful. You know what? I didn't get it. To me, protest looks like this. And in the middle of her 309 days protest, she survived in the crane for about a year. You know what happened? They continued to protest every day. She gathered the people. She wrote, statement every morning, every evening. She really tried to gather her union workers, colleagues to the shipyard, and they were keep protesting. And in the middle of the protest, there was this new form of movement now we call Hope Bus. So young people, all different kind of people around the country started to gather, and they drove this bus to the shipyard from all over the country, and people started to gather. And they are not the union members. We don't even know who they are. There were like thousands of people. There were 6 times crowd we now call Hope Bus movement. How this was possible? The Jin-Soo Kim, the leader, the female leader, started to tweet. She was writing. She's a phenomenal writer. She was writing not to her union members only, but to like everyone she can reach through online. And it really, attracted this many crowd. And that movement was the beginning of my interest. And I had an event with her a couple of years ago in Seattle. We invited her to our campus, and we can really celebrate the kind of a moment, but this is technically about the problem of is labor movement, how we can reproduce the labor movement. So I'm going to bring you back to the question of social reproduction very soon. So remember the death in the shipyard. People were keep dying. These union leaders were killing themselves. And shipbuilding industry is known for the highest workplace fatality rate. Every year, I don't know the number, but the largest number of workers are keep dying. Another death in public sector, core-based power plant. 19-year-old, his name is Yong-Gyun Kim. Now we have a law under his name. 19-year-old, right after graduation, high school, graduation. He found this job in the power plant. You know what power plant is, right? He was working at the largest power plant in the area in South Korea that actually covers 1/4 of electricity of the country. In the huge plant, after midnight, he was checking the conveyor belt where the core was like moved to the turbine. You know how the core-based electricity is produced. I still cannot imagine. In this huge plant, after midnight, there was no single light. And imagine, coal-based plant, extremely dusty with the coal, right? You just get in there, you turned out to be like black. You just get all the dust in your body and everything. He was using his cell phone to see the conveyor belt. He was found dead next morning, cut into 2 pieces. 19-year-old. I was really shocked. And this kind of death, after his death, continued. This is the data that I could actually find from ILO. No one trusts this because you know why. So, but still, it's quite impressive. South Korea from 2010 to 2016 lowered their rate of fatality. They have particular, the measure to calculate. And we can see all the advanced economies maintain less than 1%, like England, Germany, Canada. But I was really struck by, actually, US have the same rate. US have exactly the same rate, 5.2. Still, this is terribly underestimated number. So we don't really know how many people are actually dying at workplace. And in addition to this problem, during the pandemic, within like 6 or 7 months, when the COVID cases were like exploding, I heard like that 15 deaths of delivery workers. They said there were 30% increase of workload. People were ordering everything online suddenly, and they couldn't really control the workload. So we saw within like 6 months, 15 people died delivering basically the goods that you use. Sometimes people order water, toilet paper, masks, and they say regularly they needed to deliver 3,000 packages a day. Think about that. How you can divide time to deliver 3,000 packages a day. So here's some more data. In South Korea, migrant workers' death is increasing. We have just numbers here. It's significantly higher than the average, national average. So who are dying? I would argue, the traditional industries like shipbuilding, automobile, and all the kind of, heavy industries, they are downsizing. For various reasons, these workers are dying, killing themselves sometimes. And the public sector, what happened in the past decade has been dramatically, shifted to private companies. And those private companies hire subcontractors. Remember the 19-year-old, he was the subcontractor, hired by the subcontracting company. So the fight is still going on. And migrant workers are dying in recycling factories, agriculture sectors. So I was really struggling what I can do and how I can understand this kind of phenomena. South Korea is 10th in its economic scale now. Its GDP is 10th in the world, and it's actually 5th in its military spending. And very recently, invited to G7 meeting. So industry, South Korea is not categorized as developing economies anymore. Industry deepened and technologies advanced, but why the way we work has not been changed. So to think more about the delivery worker stat, what I was really struggling, like in order to deliver 3,000 packages a day, they needed to work from 6 to 10. And in that long working hours, you literally run, carrying heavy stuff. And mostly these workers who died, they just died when they were sleeping. Heart attack, mostly. The young people like in their 30s. So the phenomena that I can actually extract from all these examples is that the extreme reduction of social reproduction time. So basically, these workers have no time to take care of themselves. They have no time to eat. You know what? The 19-year-old Yong-gyun, in his package, people found that he had a instant noodle. So doing that kind of work, he had no time to have decent meal. So the phenomena, extreme reduction of social reproduction time. How we can understand this phenomena. Just to give you some kind of context of South Korean labor, interesting name. Labor scholars and activists have been producing aggressively the changing composition of the workforce for the last 10 years. So we have very accurate numbers, unlike the US. So you can see almost like half of workforce, entire working people are contingent workers. They cannot guarantee that they're gonna work next year. First, government is underestimating like 30%. And here you can see composition of the contingent workers by gender. Female contingent workers were like extremely high right after the financial crisis. So early 2000, it almost reached 70%. And now it's like 50%. And you know what? They are making half of the regular workers' wage, even though they do the same job. And the union density this year recorded at 12.5%. Not very different from the US, but I don't know, it's kind of growing. But I'm pretty sure that number growing from 10% to 2%, most organizing efforts was made by contingent workers, these contingent workers. So my main inquiry is how do those people whose life conditions are fatally contracted in the time of financial crisis, pandemic crisis, climate crisis, experience the time of progress, economic growth? Surprisingly, South Korean economy is still growing. This year, World Bank, estimates that South Korea, even in the middle of the pandemic, will maintain 3% GDP growth. How economy is growing, right? The contradiction between the mode of working class social reproduction and the logic of economic progress is the key argument that I'm trying to make in the paper. And do I have the, I don't know, where did I put my, is this it? Great. Okay. So, like you said, I have like 10, do I have like, so what I can do, I'm gonna just read you through some of the key arguments that I make in the paper. Just to give you some kind of quick summary about the notion of social reproduction. So I use the notion of social reproduction not to simply denote a set of caring acts. So usually people understand social reproduction as just like, yeah, you're taking care of someone, like educations, cleaning, cooking. But instead, I use the notion of social reproduction as a general contradiction between capitalist reproduction. Think about how capital continues to grow, and the broader human and non-human capacity to reproduce a society. The contradiction between these two. While the claim of crisis of care is useful in explaining the phenomenon of individualized practices or deficits of care, the latter approach, the way I understand the contradiction between capital and human capacity to reproduce, that approach, articulated in feminist theories of social reproduction, allows us to understand the totality of the social relations that constitute the practices and processes of social reproduction. To be more specific, my focus is the mode of working class social reproduction. in contemporary South Korea. There's another key term. In order to understand all these kind of changes, we actually need to think about where money is going. So maybe you know what financialization means in some ways. The way I understand from classic Marxist understanding, concentration and centralization of capital. Capitalism's tendency to monopoly. I highly recommend one of the recent book written by Cedric Duran, book titled Fictitious Capital. He really offers very clear kind of a picture what financialization means and how it's unfolding. And the way I understand now is financialization literally means a process of gradual elimination of use value dimension of a commodity. Mouthful, I know. There's distinction between use value and exchange value here. I can give you an example like masks. From very early on in the US, we didn't have masks, right? Do you remember? Entrepreneurs in the US, they are not very attracted to producing basic goods or essential goods like masks because it doesn't produce enough financial value. Instead, they invest in vaccine companies. When we were desperate needed masks, no one was interested in producing masks. So that's a very good example of how financialization eliminates essential, socially necessary use value dimension of goods that we need desperately in order to survive. Instead, people prefer investing in finance. In the paper, I show first that the impact of financialization is not limited to the traditional production sphere. And second, how in the post-developmental regime like South Korea, the big companies called the chaebol-led financialization process penetrates into the sphere of social reproduction. I track this dual process by focusing on how chaebol capital exploits contingent workers to the extent that the level of exploitation leads to the workers' premature death, and the ways chaebol capital invest in reproductive commodities such as insurance, food and retail, and entertainment for financial profit. So this double penetration of chaebol capital into working class lives is intensifying the level of precarity in the spheres of both production and reproduction in South Korea. So it sounds very complicated, but in order to really understand what's going on, why these workers are keep dying, is because South Korean government kind of stopped investing in welfare. They basically followed the neoliberal kind of, the trope, and basically these workers have no other means but to accept these kind of death-ridden jobs, right? So I propose in the paper, looking closely at these financialization processes that pervade the general societal capacity to care for and support the populations exposed to neoliberal techniques of exploitation, extraction, and precaritization. I call this general tendency the financialization of a social reproduction that is underway both in private and public spheres, unfolding in variegated forms and uneven patterns across the globe. Contingent workers have no other means, such as welfare provisions of social reproduction, but to accept the death-ridden jobs, as I visualize with the three categories of workers' death. Seen from the standpoint of the working class subjects who are exploited at workplaces and experience multiple forms of dispossession in their living conditions through austerity measures and the commodification of the basic goods, the two processes are not only deeply connected, but mutually intensifying. So the goal of the paper is to show how Chaebol Capital operates in both spheres. I mean, the big companies' capital operates in production and reproduction spheres, exploiting labor and extracting the social capacity to reproduce. This double process of a Chaebol-led financialization makes the reproduction of working class lives almost impossible. I explained this death-ridden growth pattern with the notion of progress by death. Further, I tracked the double penetration of the Chaebol finance into working class lives, that is, the subsumption of the spheres of production and reproduction under the Chaebol-led financialization process as an example of the general tendency towards a financialization of social reproduction in the global regime of financial capitalism. So my main argument is twofold. The logic of progress by death is a regional strategy of the financialization of social reproduction that is in direct contradiction to working class social reproduction in contemporary South Korea. The logic of progress by death as a constitutive element of financial capitalism articulated in South Korea reproduces the uneven patterns of growth and the transnational relations of violence, debt, and dispossession in Asian economies. So that's my conclusion. I know I really don't know. I kind of, condensed all the ideas in this short presentation. I just wanted to showcase what I'm really writing about these days. And I have 2 other book projects going on. The first one, the title Expressive Struggles, Neoliberal Temporalities and the Social Reproduction of Feminized Labor in South Korea. My dissertation project is now under contract with the press. And I'm actually thinking about combining what I've said today, alternative unionism and social reproduction theory. I'm thinking about, in order it to be a unionism, we need to think about new visions, not only just strategy and tactics, right? So I'm thinking about writing my second book on social reproduction unionism. That's it.
So we are behind schedule, and I would like to get us on schedule, and I would really like to make sure that 2 people have an opportunity to give their full presentations and we have a chance to discuss it. So we're actually going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then at 4 o'clock, we are going to have Janelle and then Dave, and then Craig responding to Janelle and Dave, and then we're going to have a conversation. So that's how we're going to do that to try and get back on schedule. I'm sorry that we can't have more of a dialogue now, but hopefully we have a reception right after this and we'll have a chance to talk. So give us about 5 minutes and then we'll get started again with Janelle Austin.
Quite interesting. Activist scholars, and it's very interesting. I never, I just was there, I think the riot, I call it an uprising. That's just lost moment. And I'm also losing my no.
No, absolutely. That's legitimate. Thank you.
So how are you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fascinating. I was just talking about
Geography of South Korea.
the layering of the conversations.
30 days there. 2000.
Okay, yeah, I saw it like a high.
Yeah, like the necessary integration. that used to happen within the academy. Protests and labor movements go hand in hand. The fight for racial justice goes hand in hand. So,
Yeah.
it almost feels like a puzzle or like a building block layer for people to do what they will with.
Challenge water.
Bring together, facilitate.
You have to get used to.
Right.
Taking all the. Yeah.
We don't do that. Let's do that.
Yeah, no, this is not a bad thing.
I know.
They're really productive. They're really productive.
Not in person.
Okay, focus in. I think they carry it on every other year now. One time they was doing it every year. And they carried on every other year.
I know, you're like, yeah, I'm really.
I'm here in town. Go there. Rain. Light up. Face. Didn't mind it.
I remember when this
I had a lot of experience. That was
Yeah, we got a couple years ago. We had
historic.
Thanks to the game.
Go
Yeah,
back and teach, 3 or more. I teach military studies.
And I wondered if there was, maybe you said this, but
I like
I didn't register. Was there a measure? In the literature or is it or is it just a riot or no riot based on?
Say again.
Now you can get Lafayette interview with the city of Tempe. So, hopefully, the reason I just have time, which is not US style, right, super short and not very comprehensive.
A lot of
This
people.
is his native event. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Would have been 1977.
I've been.
So we're really good.
Then I.
Take precautions, but why not? Yeah, that's like the incoming graduates. Yeah, I'm gonna hold everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, we were graduate committee. Like Pittsburgh, I remember. Yeah. And then there was one. Precinct captain, but then what was there was a he looked at it, just sort of, because he does black program, don't you? You know, very little bit of this.
What a team you are. And we're gonna go down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we know.
I
Do cartwheels through your.
Yeah. Go turn them on.
Where are they?
Almost 200 pages, and I copied it in shop.
I'm tired of sitting, but.
Okay, let's start regathering. We're gonna have an opportunity to talk in about an hour. But I do want to make sure that we give our two next speakers plenty of time. That is Janelle Austin and Dave Reagan. I've introduced Janelle already. She is the co-founder of the George Floyd Global Memorial. She is the director of the Racial Agency Initiative, and she is hopefully going to be a resident at the Center for Working Democracy this year. The other person that we're going to be hearing from in a minute is Dave Reagan, who is the president of United Healthcare Workers West, SEIU. Dave and I have been friends for a very long time. Although my wife and Dave have been friends for much longer. But he has been a tremendous supporter of the center, and we try and be a supporter of UHW and its work. And finally, Craig Calhoun, who is also a long time and dear friend, who will be engaging in a discussion, an initial discussion with Janelle and Dave after they present. So Craig is University Professor of Social Sciences here at Arizona State University. And he will be closing us out with Dave and Janelle. So let me turn it over to Janelle to get us started. Janelle.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, someone responded, hey.
Microphone.
Oh my goodness, this has been a very interesting day for me, especially like watching like the Flow State video and seeing like my brother and my sister and my brother's cooler on like the screen, my friends and my neighbors. And it evokes a lot of emotion. Or when Ben was giving his presentation and under riots, there was listed, like the definition, there was listed barricades. And I was like, like, all right. And so just really filtering this moment and opportunity through the experience that I've had over the last year and a half has been a really enjoyable process. But I bring greetings from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I am a daughter, sister, I'm an auntie, I'm a neighbor, I'm a cousin. And I like to root myself in my relationships with the people that I engage. Make me who I am, make me a better person. But other things, I like cloud watching. Cloud formations are the best. I believe that ice cream makes the world go round and cookies help it. And I've traveled the world and I've seen many things. And there are some things that I wish that I could unsee, but I can't. So instead, I have committed my life to the work of racial justice. And I want to acknowledge the Salt River, Pima, Maricopa Indian community and thank their people for the generations of care and connection to the earth around us that they have done here. With that said, I'm going to bring all of who I am to the table today. What I have to offer is part protest, part theological, part imagination, and with a dash of poetry. Hopefully, I will bring you along my journey of ideas gracefully. Now, to talk about the memorial to George Floyd, and really the memorial to all stolen lives, there's only one appropriate starting point in my experience, and that is simply the statement, whereas the city killed a man. And that's how Justice Resolution 001, more commonly known as the 24 Demands, begins. And that's how I begin. It is how a refreshed global movement for justice began. It is not lost on me that I would not be speaking to any of you today if George Floyd were still alive or had died by some other means. So I say it again, whereas the city killed a man. It is not lost on me either that in Minnesota, North Carolina, Texas, New York, Florida, and other parts of the country, there are extended family members of George Floyd who remember and grieve differently than we do, whereas the city killed a man. I'm also keenly aware that it is Dakota land in Minnesota that holds the final breath of George Floyd, bearing witness to the final memories of his life, whereas the city killed a man. And then there are the memories that we, the people, hold. The trauma, the protests, the fight for justice, the grief, the pain, the hope, the processing, the fear, the unknown, and the love, whereas the city killed a man. The death of George Floyd was extremely political, and so is his memorial. Let's take a moment to briefly walk through an overly simplified review of what happened in 2020. First, we lost Kobe Bryant to a tragic death. Next, COVID-19 exploded and shut down standard social and cultural practices across the globe. We were standing in long lines for groceries. Toilet paper became the new white gold. We could only go outside once a day for a walk. We could not hold our elders. We did not know who or what was safe. Third, during the early days of the pandemic, on February 23rd, 2020, Ahmaud Arbery was killed by a vigilante who decided that Ahmaud's decision to run while Black was unacceptable. He killed Ahmaud in cold blood, gunshot to the abdomen after Ahmaud attempted to defend himself with his bare hands. March 13th, 2020. Breonna Taylor was murdered in her bed by law enforcement in Louisville, who served a no-knock warrant and killed her while she was sleeping in her own bed. Steve Taylor was murdered by the police on April 18th, 2020, Doug Lewis on May 1st, 2020, and Sean Reed on May 6th, 2020. The United States of America had widely demonstrated that unlike the rest of our social patterns, racism and modern lynchings would not be halted because of the pandemic. Then came May 25th, 2020. George Floyd was murdered in broad daylight by the Minneapolis Police Department. Unlike the stolen lives before his, he was not shot to death. He died a slow, agonizing death via suffocation, as then Officer Derek Chauvin kept his knee on his neck while bystanders and Mr. Floyd himself pleaded for mercy. In response to the death of George Floyd, Minneapolis burned, and the world took to the streets to protest the ongoing death of Black people in the United States by the hands of law enforcement with lack of accountability. People marched to ensure that the police officers responsible for the death of George Floyd would be arrested and charged. People marched because we were in pain. People marched because we could not take it anymore. The compound deaths were too much to bear. Our grief was greater than our bodies could hold. And that energy had to go somewhere, lest it kill us too. In Minneapolis, as people marched, they would find their way to the place where George Floyd took his last breath and laid down an offering. The kinds of offerings people brought varied from protest signs to letters, spiritual crystals to painted rocks, cut flowers to potted plants, baby blankets to bassinets, bottles of alcohol to fresh fruit, and more. However, people decided to process their grief, they found a way to express themselves and their protest. After spending months on end with these offerings, I have come to call them creative expressions of pain and hope. And while I could spend days talking about the materiality of the memorial, today I am more interested in speaking with you about the politics of the memorial wrapped up in a singular question. What does love have to do with it? Years ago, I was asked to write a poem for a friend's wedding on the topic of love. At the time, I did not feel that I had an adequate grasp on what love is. So I interviewed several people across the country on their understanding of love. The most profound response that is forever etched into my memory comes from my apartment complex neighbors who were in their 60s. I asked the wife, "How did you know that your husband loved you?" She paused and then replied, "He remembered me." There is an intricate connection between memory and love. The things and the people we love, we remember, or we hope to be remembered by. As one drives through any city in this country, you may find memorials here and there along the side of the road. Maybe there was a car accident and a loved one died. Maybe there was a shooting, or maybe a family pet was hit by a car and died. It is not uncommon to see these simple acts of love pop up across the country. Now, memory and love is not just a connection to death. We remember birthdays, anniversaries, or maybe we simply just remember that our partner is at home holding it down when we are away. And we choose to demonstrate that remembrance through a gift, an act of kindness, or intentional words. Or maybe you've experienced the decline of a loved one with dementia, and you know the pain of not being remembered. Love and memory are intricately connected in our human experience. Now, let's move this idea of the connection of love and memory from an interpersonal scale to a societal scale. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, we're going to break this down just simply. To memorialize is to commemorate, to call to remembrance, to serve as a memorial of. We are no longer simply dealing with a memory that is created by primary experience per se. Now we're in the realm of creating memory through storytelling. We shape the collective memory through the ways by which we tell history. I know and love and remember Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., not because I met him personally and shared memories together, though I wish we did. I know and love and remember him because he is in my textbooks in school. His name is on at least one major thoroughfare in nearly every major city. He has a national holiday named after him in January. He has a monument in Washington, D.C. He is loved as a civil rights movement hero because of the way in which the story is remembered and because his story is remembered. Dr. King has been memorialized into the conscience of American society as someone to be loved, whether or not you agree or disagree with how or if he should be remembered. In this work of racial justice, I like to say that it is extremely important that we hold a PBS Kids imagination. And for those of you who share my love for Sesame Street, do you remember this exercise? One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you tell which one is not like the other before I finish this song? But I'm not going to sing it because I know my limitations and my gifts. And here are the names: Christopher Columbus, Robert E. Lee, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., George Perry Floyd. Here's what they have in common. All of them are remembered. All of them are deceased. All of them are men. All of them had flaws. All of them have streets named after them somewhere in this country. All of them had statues commissioned to remember them. All of them lived in different time periods from each other. But like a classic PBS Kids exercise, there is an obvious answer, and it's George Perry Floyd. What did George Floyd do for society to be remembered by society? Last summer, many people across the country were outspoken about not lifting up the name of George Floyd because he is not a hero. He is not a martyr. He's not someone they would want to teach their children and grandchildren about. He is not worthy of our collective remembrance and love. And this begs the question, well, who is? And who gets to decide who is remembered and to what end? Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean, came to a shore that was new to him, and initiated an era that would be filled with centuries of genocide and slavery. He is hailed in white American history as a hero, while in indigenous circles, he is a historical villain. Robert E. Lee was a general for the Confederate Army, and he is hailed in white Southern American history as a hero, and he was on the side that lost the war in an attempt to secede from the country. As a Black person, why would society force me to remember a man who wanted to keep me enslaved for the capitalistic ventures of the South? Martin Luther King was a powerful thought contributor to reshaping the moral and ethical fabric of America. In his final days, he was mobilizing a poor people's campaign and advocating for sanitation workers. But he is broadly remembered for his eloquent rhetoric of "I have a dream" at the tail end of his speech at the March on Washington. America has shaped the narrative of Dr. King in a way that empties his words and actions of their power. Yet all these men are memorialized by our country to shape the story of who and how we are to remember and love. George Floyd is not supposed to be one of them, because George Floyd was not selected by whiteness to be remembered to sustain systems of racial oppression. The memorialization of George Floyd exists as the intersection of the demand for love and justice as a form of protest to systemic injustice. In his work, Where Do We Go From Here?, Dr. Martin Luther King writes, "What is needed is a realization that power without love is reckless and abusive, and that love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best is love, implementing the demands of justice. Justice at its best is love, correcting everything that stands against love." So what happened? In a social context where COVID-19 was killing people, and disproportionately Black and brown people, Black people across the country were still being killed by police and vigilantes. In his book, Long Time Coming, Reckoning with Race in America, Michael Eric Dyson uses a rhetorical tool of writing to the late Emmett Till, describing the way in which These twin pandemics of racism and COVID-19 are shaping the experience of Black death in a way that is too heavy for any of us to bear. It is out of this context the people protested. We have a sign at George Floyd Square that reads, "Where there's people, there's power." The people decided that the story of George Floyd would be remembered. The people decided that they would love a stranger who is dead because he represents so many who can and might die the same way if something does not change. We centered his story despite who he is, despite who he was and what he did or did not do. We took someone who was socially marginalized and centered him in our collective consciousness. On 7 continents, and I know this because I met someone from Antarctica who came to me and said, we protested, all right? On 7 continents, the people protested against unjust systems. And in Minneapolis, an organic memorial composed as a mosaic of thousands of offerings in protest to stolen lives was erected by the people. George Floyd's name has become a symbol of how society can center and love marginalized people suffering from unjust systems. And though this process of constant remembrance, and through this process of constant remembrance, we place pressure on political systems to do justice. How? Did I mention that the memorial has shut down a major intersection for 1 year, 3 months, and 1 day? Where we remember is critical to the pressure that is placed on the government to pay attention. Where we remember. In our book, Exhibiting Atrocity, Memorial Museums and the Politics of Past Violence, Amy Sodaro tells us that there are 3 primary roles of museums. In her words, the first is what we consider their museum function. That is their role as a mechanism of truth-telling about history and preserving the past. In this sense, they aspire to be houses of history where the past is uncovered, documented, and preserved, and the truth about what has happened is revealed to their visitors. The second is what we can consider their memorial function, which is to serve as a space of healing and repair. In this, they are a form of symbolic reparation that seeks to give acknowledgement to the victims and serve as a solemn space of mourning and remembrance in effort to help heal and repair community. The final function embodies that what is most new and unique about these museums, and is the very reason that this hybrid form has emerged. They are intended to morally educate visitors to internalize an ethic of never again. While George Floyd Square is not yet a memorial museum, but a place of pilgrimage and protest, it holds a similar function. And the never again sentiment is the element of protest. Memorials, when we are intentional, can be disruptive structures of love that move people to change systems that unjustly kill people. But they have to be big enough and profound enough to force people and governments to pay attention. I like to define protests as something that exists to disrupt business as usual, to signal that there is something wrong that needs to be made right. And this is where this movement links to the work of the Center for Work and Democracy for me. For the people to take a stand to protest Black death through racist government institutions is for the people simultaneously to stand up for Black life. Black life is the sum of a mosaic of experiences, which includes the basic human right and need to work. As a theologian, my studies of the Christian scriptures have brought me to the conclusion that people were created to work, and work is a gift from God to fulfill our identity as being human without being exploited. To advocate for the liberation of Black life is to open the door for building equity for all people in America and to embrace what it means to be fully human. The activism work of racial justice includes the advocacy for workers' rights. Just think how many more Black people would have survived the pandemic if they were not considered essential workers, enforced by their economic circumstances to show up to work every day, increasing their chances of being exposed to an unknown virus without the proper PPE, and return home every day, placing their families at that same risk. Justice is the process of making things right. Our work as racial justice activists is to not just right the wrong of policing in America. It is to right the wrong of racism. And we have chosen to lead this fight with love through the process of memorialization until we as a society never forget and choose to chart a different path forward. In closing, I want to tell you a story. On July 24th, 2021, a young Black family visited George Floyd Square at about 11 p.m. at night. It was a mother with 3 sons. The oldest was about 16 years old and the youngest was 10. It was his birthday. And he was just old enough to ask a million questions. He asked about the fists in the center of the intersection. He asked about the offerings that were laid in the street. He asked about the photos he saw in the windows. It was a time of night where nothing was happening. Just a few neighbors were out being present under the night sky. Suddenly, the young child exclaimed, "This place is more amazing than I expected." I looked at him and I asked him, "Why?" He replied, "There is so much love here." It was a child without the aesthetic of protests, musicians, or activities, or the hustle that George Floyd Square can bring on any given day, who, when left to discern what the essence of the memorial is, that came to the conclusion of love. We must be doing something right there. The memorial at the intersection of George Floyd Square was built from love and grief as a form of protest to the government for killing a Black man without regard for Black life. The people established a memorial like one we have never seen before to reshape history and the decision-making process of choosing who gets to be remembered and for what reasons. This reshaping of historical imagination will impact our collective way of living, loving, and remembering. George Floyd is neither a hero nor a martyr. George Floyd is us, and we are George Floyd. As a Black person in America, the only thing that separates me from suffering the same fate of unjust Black death as George Floyd is a police officer having a rough day and deciding to take it out on me. The line is extremely thin. Therefore, it is urgent that we allow this and other memorials to be large enough to disrupt and challenge systems of injustice. To let people in places of government power know that we are not collateral damage to a system of white supremacy. To remind them that those who have died unjustly are remembered and loved and upheld as stolen lives. And the more we collectively lean in as a society to memorialize those who have died unjustly, We will not only place pressure on existing systems to be corrected, but we shape the course of American history, remembering and loving people because they are people deserving of holistic liberty and justice and hope. For at the end of the day, the people are more sacred than the memorial itself, and worthy of our love and worthy of the chance to live fully. Thank you.
Now we're going to hear from our last speaker today, Dave Reagan, president of United Healthcare Workers West, SEIU. We're trying to get him up on the screen. He's coming in remotely. There he is.
Okay. Hi, Michael. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Michael?
Dave?
Hello?
No.
He's unmuted on my end, so on his, I'll check on his end.
There's no icon for him to use.
Volume is off.
Volume is off. Aha, wow, good eye. Thank you so much.
Hey, can you hear me, Michael?
Yes, Dave, thank you.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
All right. I wasn't sure that that was going to work. Well, listen, first of all, I just want to thank everybody who's participated and contributed to the conference today. You know, all of the fellows and the presenters and Michael and, you know, the whole group at the Center for Work and Democracy. And I also want to appreciate Janelle and her comments. And, you know, given that we're at the tail end of the day, you know, I'll do the best I can to try to be succinct. And what I'm hoping to do is to just offer a set of thoughts. You know, the official topic that I've been asked to speak to is, you know, the renewal of labor in America and what its prospects are. And, you know, honestly, this is a difficult and complicated and thorny question, and I'm not going to pretend to try to give any definitive explanation here, but I do think there's a set of things that I hope to put on the table that speak to the possibilities in the future, the work of the Center for Work and Democracy, and just what all of us do in our capacity, whether in academia or doing social justice work or doing, you know, the kind of union work that I do with my coworkers and colleagues at United Healthcare Workers West. Let me just say, I want to start, you know, just with a little bit of context. And the first thing I should say is that our organization, which is based in California, is a local union of a little more than 100,000 hospital workers. The membership of United Healthcare Workers West is about 70% women. It is majority people of color. Most of our members are neither doctors nor registered nurses. They work in what are called the allied healthcare professions. The typical member of our organization makes about $60,000 a year, has fully paid family health care, and has an organization that is taking very seriously the question of how do we get every single member of SEIU United Healthcare Workers West to retirement, as we like to say, with all of their stuff. And anybody who's paying even a little bit of attention in the world these days knows that, you know, the standard of living for service workers and for, you know, frontline healthcare workers is something that is precarious. Most workers in America today have a stagnant or declining standard of living, which is the product of lots of different factors. The first thing I just want to remind everybody of is that organized labor, going back to some of the comments that June made earlier today, reached its high point in terms of the number of workers represented by unions in the United States in the mid-1950s. Organized labor in America has been in steady decline for almost 70 years, unabated decline. And I certainly believe that that's resulted in all kinds of economic and social dislocation, again, born of just a steadily eroding, real standard of living for the vast majority of American wage earners. One of the things that's just real, if you do union work anywhere in America, is that unions and workers just don't win enough. And we are trying to think about, and in conjunction with the Center for Work and Democracy, is how do we think about winning? How can we imagine winning? How do we start expecting to win? And how do we, really prepare ourselves, not just to struggle, not just to fight, not just to try, not just to resist, but to actually succeed. And I would suggest to everybody that this sort of general mindset in American labor is a real issue and something we have to think about how to overcome, which is how do we win? How do we create the conditions to win? And not just win at the margins, but hopefully to win on scale. In her presentation earlier today, June talked about this basic formulation that there's about somewhere between 10 and 12% of American wage earners are members of labor unions, which obviously means in round numbers, 10% have union representation, 90% don't. And all of us understand from a common sense perspective that it is very, very difficult to set standards generally if you're trying to do that from a base of 10% flying in the face of this ocean of 90% non-unionism. And it's fair to think about that, the 10% versus 90%, but the truth is what that obscures is radically different levels of representation between the public and the private sectors. And again, as June laid out, over a third of public employees are members of unions, but only about 6% of private sector workers in America, 1 out of 16 people who go to work every day for private capital are members of unions. And it is the private sector that drives economic standards in this country. And if we don't think and come up with ways to deal with that, our prospects going forward really are bleak. So for us in UHW, and I think for us at the Center for Work and Democracy, is we really do have to think about how do we attack this problem of declining and almost disappearing unionism, particularly in the private sector, increasing public hostility towards public employee union members and what they have managed to hang on to that has largely been lost in the private sector, like defined benefit pension plans. We need new strategies. We need new approaches. We have to think about different ways to get at that. And the truth is, what you see in America right now is that American labor is almost in this balkanized state where most union members, even within that framework that I described a moment ago, are housed in a handful of states, particularly California, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Michigan. The great majority of union members are in those 8 or so states. And outside of those 8 or so states, it's just, wholesale non-unionism that is ascendant and that basically sets the terms for what's going on across the country. One thing I just want to put on the table, and there's been a lot of discussion lately, and I'm sure people in this conversation are following it, about the PRO Act. It got mentioned earlier today. There's a lot of commentary in the news about this resurgence of labor and that President Biden is going to be the new FDR. And I think we really ought to pump the brakes on that. And I say that we certainly believe in UHW, and we are very active politically, and I'm going to talk about a couple of things regarding that in a moment. But what is true and what we need to start being more honest about is that the Democratic Party in America has now been captured by corporate money and corporate influence. It is not a party that is in any meaningful way a workers' party. It does not speak fundamentally to the issues of working class people in an economic sense. The Democratic Party is better on a set of socially progressive issues, including, racial issues, gender issues, choice issues, those sorts of things. But when you get down to raw brass knuckle contests between private capital and workers, wage earners, about money, about their standard of living, I don't think we do ourselves any services by thinking that salvation lies in the Democratic Party. And I think that's an issue that we have to be more frank about. I think it's a legitimate criticism of institutional organized labor that we have put an enormous amount of hope and expectation in the ability of President Biden and these, razor thin Democratic majorities to do things that really, amount to trillions of dollars of reallocated costs between private capital and regular people. And I think we should be thoughtful, mindful, have our eyes open about that. I say that because I think it's largely true that we are searching, for strategies inside of organized labor. And I don't have time to unpack all of this today, but I think if you look at what organized labor is saying today, it is disproportionately hitched. Our hopes for whatever you might call a resurgence or a renewal is disproportionately tied to gains in the public sector, pressing on elected Democrats in those handful of states to do things to increase unionism and union representation among public employees. But we really don't have strategies around private sector employees. And that is the thing we have to do. California, which is viewed as this outlier of, Democratic hegemony and Democratic governor and supermajorities in the legislature, when push came to shove about a contest between workers and the classification of workers as employees or contractors at Uber and Lyft, versus, that workforce versus the owners of those platform companies in Silicon Valley more generally, we got wiped out. And I think it's an open question about whether or not and the role that elected Democrats are prepared to play. So one more little bit of context, and then I want to just put some things on the table for how we think about this and what we think matters, and hopefully some of the things that the center can focus on in the future. A couple of quick things. The American workforce is about 160 million people. If you aggregate all of the membership figures of every union in America, you get about 16 million people, roughly 10%. I think that's a good back of the envelope number. That's all unions. And I say that because if we're going to have a renewal, if we're going to have a resurgence, if workers are going to turn around the declining standard, the real declining standard of living that we're facing, we can't be doing things in the hundreds or the thousands or even the tens of thousands. We have to have strategies that reach people into the millions. And we have to be willing to experiment. We have to be willing to take risks. We have to be willing to put resources on the table for things that may be uncomfortable, counterintuitive, may even seem somewhat speculative. But our position is precarious. And incrementalism is not the way out of this situation. And I think you look no further than just this torrent of wealth that has surged upwards during the pandemic itself, which is really, again, just the very, very top, not the top 1%, the top, 1/100th of 1%, billionaires that have seen their wealth increase by trillions of dollars literally during this pandemic. You can't combat that with incremental, small ball, non-scaled approaches, because those things really do drive the economy. I don't want to talk a lot about it, but it was a little discouraging to me about how much attention the Amazon election in Bessemer, Alabama got. I think those of us that have done this work for a long time did not expect that the union was going to prevail. And even if they had prevailed, organizing 14 or 1,500 warehouse workers or a few thousand warehouse workers in the middle of Alabama against this behemoth called Amazon, winning an election is a very, very fleeting and temporary sort of victory, even if you can achieve it. And I think that, we need to, take stock and learn some lessons and think about it. And what I'm trying to say is, the legal vehicle that we use and we talk most about to increase unionism is the National Labor Relations Act, which is a piece of legislation that's 90 years old. And it was built for an economy that doesn't exist anymore. And I just think you don't have to be very creative to think that if we're trying to funnel whatever creativity and strategies and ideas we have through this anachronistic and 90-year-old piece of legislation, you got to, again, pump the brakes and ask yourself if you're doing the right thing. So I think we need to take scale seriously. I just want to say again, we're a local union of 100,000 members, and I just want to share with you some of the work we're doing, not because, just because this is what we are doing and this is what we are thinking about, and this is how, we tinker with what I just described as confronting us. And there's a set of core principles. Number one, we don't have a lot of time. We're facing a dire and an urgent situation to get people to retirement with all of their stuff. And even better, how do we create the conditions for people actually to have an improving standard of living? Michael and others at the center are familiar with this, that one of our experiments is we created an organization called the Fairness Project. We created it 5 years ago. We launched it with a set of campaigns in 2016, including putting on the ballot in the state of Arizona that we wanted to raise the minimum wage, which at that time was $8.05 an hour to $12 an hour. And on the night Donald Trump got elected and carried the state of Arizona in 2016, those same voters voted by a 60-40 margin to increase the minimum wage in Arizona for all private sector workers from $8.05 an hour to $12 an hour, index it to inflation, and also had a companion piece about earned sick days that was part of that. And that to us was striking. That provided direct, significant wage increases to 800,000 Arizonans. It provided direct earned benefit, benefits to over 900,000 Arizonans. And today the minimum wage is $12 an hour. And if you're a full-time worker making minimum wage, and there are plenty of people out there doing it, you're making $8,000 a year more now than you were in 2016. It's just about scale. It's just about opportunities. It's just about looking for discontinuities, but it takes resources. And the resources to do that campaign, came from a union with 100,000 members in the state of California that was willing to take a flyer and try an experiment. In 5 years, we've run 21 campaigns, state level ballot initiatives across the country to raise the minimum wage, to expand healthcare benefits through Medicaid expansion, to do some payday loan type stuff, reform. We won 20 of those campaigns out of 21. Most recently, we won Medicaid expansion in Missouri and Oklahoma. We've also won in Idaho, in Utah, in Nebraska, in Maine, in Massachusetts, in Washington State, and San Antonio. The point I'm trying to make is that, we need to be able to look for opportunities to win.
And in those 20 campaigns that we won, this is literally the case. Over 17 million individual human beings have won higher wages, healthcare benefits, sick day benefits, or other types of reforms that directly improve their standard of living. The total cost of those 20 campaigns was about $65 million. And when the minimum wage is fully implemented, for instance, next year in California, we're going to go to $15 an hour. We're at 14 right now. The annual value to working class and poor people of those 20 victories costing $65 million is going to be $25 billion a year in perpetuity. It's something. Resources matter, scale matters. People need to win more. And so this is the kind of thing, June might call it alternative unionism, but it's not collective bargaining. It's direct political activity to try to do what is so difficult to be done these days. Look no further than Amazon. Look no further than how few strikes there are in America. Look no further than how little union organizing is going on. And the reason for that is because the decisive factor about whether or not workers can get unions right now under the National Labor Relations Act, the key variable is employer opposition. And if the employer is willing to go to the mat and do the kinds of things that Amazon was clearly willing to do, and do the kinds of things that all kinds of private sector employers around the country are willing to do, it is really, really hard for workers to win. It's not a fair fight. It's like marching headlong into machine gun fire and just saying, well, you know, the victory is in the trying, or the victory is in the resistance, when in fact, what the victory needs to be is real material improvements in people's lives. And so I just want to, you know, make the case that when you think about the return, and this is a business term, but I think it's appropriate, $25 billion a year forever based on one-time costs of $65 million, those are better returns than if you invested in Google at its inception. Workers can win in this country. Workers can win at scale, but we have to be willing to be unorthodox. We have to be willing to do things differently. We need more of an ecosystem that includes organizations and entities like the Center for Work and Democracy. We need more connections between these sorts of battles and what goes on in George Floyd Square and other people and other places across the country, but we can't be Pollyannish about it. If you want to take on private capital in America, you better be prepared with resources. You better be prepared to act on scale. You better be prepared to do things that maybe are a little bit uncomfortable. And we need to do all that electoral work with the Democratic candidates and Democratic officials, but we got too many eggs in that basket, and we need to be, again, to use a business word, more entrepreneurial, more, you know, comfortable with risk and all those kinds of things. Final points that I would make is that, you know, I do think what June said in her comments and presentation was that a lot of what's going on in the alternative union space, that's where she found a lot of creativity. I would just say that's another way of saying those are spaces where employers can't fight back the way they can fight back in a contained environment like we found at Amazon. That we have to come at this, you know, not running at the machine gun fire, but how do we find opportunities where it's not such a rigged game, it's not such an unfair fight, where you've got asymmetric, you know, competition or asymmetric types of battles. So I think all of that makes sense. And again, I think the Center for Work and Democracy can play a role there. The last thing I want to say is that, you know, I'm hopeful, and the reason we at UHW are interested in the Center of Work and Democracy is because we think we got to have more activity. We're not going to succeed in this world of making changes in people's lives with very dire consequences and a really, you know, overwhelming set of conditions that we're facing unless we have more and more activity and more activity at scale. And I just think Arizona is one of the best laboratories in America. It's a state that's changing. I'm not a believer in demographics or destiny, but what is happening in the state of Arizona and the emerging Latino population and lots of young people with a different history of political involvement and struggle and awareness and all of that, I just think it's a really rich environment, and it should lend itself towards thinking about things, like non-collective bargaining strategies, like building mass popular organizations. One of the things we're doing, we've created an organization in Arizona called Healthcare Rising Arizona. We're in the process of qualifying for next year's ballot in Arizona, a measure that would reform the way consumer and medical debt is handled in that state. We will have 2,000 dues-paying members by this time next year, of people who are struggling with us for that, again, with a sense that change can be made, with a sense that it can be done at scale. And we're looking forward just to the opportunity to continue to learn and work and struggle with everybody, because we are, despite everything in front of us, eternal optimists. We think we can win. We want to be there to win with you, and we appreciate your time and your consideration, and looking forward to doing lots of good stuff together. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Dave. Craig, would you like to come up and give some response or discussion with Janelle and Dave?
If no one minds, I'm going to take my mask off and be a little more clearly audible. I want to ask a few questions. I wish we had hours to ask more questions. These really different styles of presentation that are both compelling and important. So I think we need to identify common denominators, but also some different messages. And let me begin with the common denominator that was one of Dave's last points: optimism. Janelle talked earlier about the importance in George Floyd Square of creative expressions of pain and hope, of the idea that hope was crucial. There wasn't a lot of, oh, we're optimistic because we look around us and see the way Black people are treated in America, right? This was reaching beyond how Black people are currently treated in America to identify resources for hope, identifying them in part in love, in the really powerful presentation that Janelle gave us. And Dave was not painting a happy picture about the state of workers in America and saying, well, we can look at the recent trends in unionization and that gives us cause for hope. Right? He was saying we need to confront these things with optimism, and we can identify good reasons to be optimistic based on possible new courses of action, based on ideas, not simple descriptions of reality. And I want to connect what Janelle said and Dave said, love, right? Based on solidarity, based on commitment to each other, based on a willingness to work together, but also based on ideas about how we can work together. And something that wasn't completely explicit in Janelle's speech, except for in one or two words, but is really a powerful part of the George Floyd Square memorial that she's helped to lead, is the creativity of it. That it is not just one more iteration of a kind of action that has been repeated over and over again. Oh, let's go do that. That's useful. Certainly, it drew on knowledge of other kinds of commemorations that had gone before and other kinds of protests, but it was a creative effort to move outside the box of standard responses to violent murder by public officials, by police, of Black people in America. And I think this is what Dave is calling for, and I think it's what the Center for Work and Democracy is committed to. Identifying paths to make a difference, including new ideas about how people can work together, and finding from these new ideas some bases for optimism, some bases for actually being committed to work together, because we believe that life can be better. Now, I'm going to say just one more thing. This isn't just about everything in life. This is about making democracy work by recognizing the centrality of workers to who the people are in a democracy, and making democracy work by recognizing the centrality of Black Americans and Americans of a variety of different racialized identities, of different immigrant statuses, of the Native American populations of the country, right, are also a lot of the population, the citizens, right? Blacks, women, indigenous populations, white men without property were all disenfranchised by the initial Constitution. All have won greater rights over time. None have won full rights over time. The struggles have not succeeded in producing full democracy in America. Democracy remains a set of ideals that we hope we can live up to better in the future than we do right now. And the we is really important. Being able to say we, right, is constantly opposed by dominant forces in the media, by dominant forces in our politics, right? We, the workers, in solidarity with each other, we, even all Black Americans, even all those who care about the memory of George Floyd, it's hard to get the we all together, let alone to then extend it across lines of race and other divisions in the country. But it's not an accident that we're talking about work and democracy, because of the centrality of work to constituting our lives together and the potential for that we. And because democracy is basic to the hope that we can actually make a better society. And this is concrete and straightforward in proposals like many that Dave is not just making now, but has pursued effectively in the past. Use the political process to achieve gains that cannot be achieved by other tactics. Reach outside the box of usual tactics when using the political process. It connects to struggles for racial justice in the United States as well. Voting rights, for example, is a combined Black and Union issue in this country. Voter suppression is the suppression of votes that are needed by both Black people and all the Union people that we can think of. And with that, workers are not some stereotype, right? Just the worker. We know what a worker is. We know what one looks like because we've seen Archie Bunker on TV or something like that, right? Workers are single moms, young Black men, retired people who need income beyond their Social Security, parents trying to care for children and their own parents at once, immigrants losing benefits because they're undocumented or because they're afraid to make demands that they should make. School teachers, healthcare workers in dozens of different specific occupations. Right? Workers are all of these things, and Black people are all of these things too. Right? Everything on that list. So there's got to be potential solidarity. The issue of voting rights calls our attention to it because if there is successful voter suppression, it undermines, right, all of the actions that can benefit all of us. But the actions go beyond just voting in a lot of different ways. I'm going to stop talking now. We're running late on time, but I want to pose a couple of questions just to hear again from our inspiring speakers. First, I want to pose a question to Janelle, though it may be one that Dave wants to weigh in on too. I love the way that Janelle repeated today, and everyone in the square has repeated for the whole period of the occupation. Whereas the city killed a man. Now there's lots that's resonant in that phrase. One feature is an idea of collective responsibility. That is, refusing to say this is just the misconduct of one officer. The city killed a man, which calls our attention to how the city exists. It exists as socially organized action. It maintains and constitutes the city. There are a whole set of processes. There are elections to city council. There's a budget. There's taxation, right? There's an apparatus to the city, right? But here comes my question, right? Can the city be held accountable without transforming what the city is? Can the city be held accountable, made to answer to collective responsibility without transforming what the city is in a basic sense? And I mean that where the city is both Minneapolis, but also more metaphorically, right? A social organization we live. I'm hoping for more than a yes or no answer.
Did not frame it as such, so I have an out. You know, it was so fascinating over this past year, like, I would have politicians respond and say, well, Janelle, the city is the people, the city is all of us, right? Knowing good and well that the city is also this compilation of systems and structures that exist to protect them itself, and the way that our political systems are shaped and formed. No, I think that the accountability requires transformation, right? Because again, protests exist to disrupt business as usual, to signal that there is something wrong. If business as usual in the context of the city government, the city systems, the city processes, the city infrastructure is oppressive, then there has to be some kind of transformation for it to no longer oppress citizens. So for example, when people often talk about this concept of safety, that has been the trigger word for this last year. Who's safe? Can we be safe? Oftentimes they are not referring to Joe, who is a Black man in our community. I'm so glad his name is Joe. Who's a Black man in our community, who has lived a challenging life, who has done time, who has felonies, but is also doing the work to change not only the way in which that he lives out the rest of his life, but also make it better for the youth in the community. He has a past, but he also sees a better future for himself. However, the way the system works within the city, Joe is just a Black man who makes white people feel unsafe because of his tattoos, right? Because of his dark skin, because of his posture, because of the way he speaks and moves. So if the city doesn't change the way in which it allows systems to perpetuate racialized stereotypes and racialized oppression and racialized ideas in the minds of residents, right? We will continue to see more lynchings.
That makes sense to me, and I agree, but I want to push back and ask one more question, which is, you say this encourages white citizens in
Oh,
Minneapolis,
I did that.
but blacks too, right? And I'm thinking of things like the New York mayoral election, where we saw the security issue mobilizing not only white votes against progressive white candidates, but being used to mobilize Black as well as white citizens on a security issue towards a pro-police campaign that seemed at odds with the protests of only 6 or 8 months before.
So whiteness is an ideology and you don't have to be white
Right.
to be white.
Okay. I will buy that, and I'll say it's an ideology that, and I mean, I think that's the right answer. Is it also an ideology that fits in alongside other things? So it's not just the ideology of whiteness here, that there's an ideology of safety and security, and there's an ideology of prosperity, an ideology of property, right? So there are people, oh, I own a house, so I am in a different position from those other people. And that we have trouble thinking all of these together at the same time. And we tend to get distracted by one at a time.
Yeah, and I mean, I would even say that like those other ideologies even flow out of the constructs of whiteness that have been built over centuries and in this country, right? Because when you're dealing with the constructs of racism in America, it's deeply tied to capitalism, right? Like Black bodies, free labor, make a lot of money, and then all of a sudden you're trying to protect your property. All of a sudden you're trying to figure out how do you keep me in mind. Like all of those things have evolved, and those ideas have evolved in the pursuit of more wealth and then protecting my wealth and protecting and making sure that it only goes a certain direction, maybe to my kids, or maybe not my kids if I don't like them. But this pursuit of Dr. Willie Jennings at Yale, he talks about whiteness as this idea of becoming a self-sufficient white male. And in that pursuit, well, what does it take for me to do that? That I have to secure my stuff. I need police to protect my property. I need or to protect my own body, to make me feel safe against whatever will keep me from achieving this idea of becoming a self-sufficient white male. So I think those ideas are real as well. But because of the work that I do with understanding critical race theory, I would say that those things flow out of the constructs of race that we have created in America.
Hey,
Yeah.
Can I offer something here? And it's,
Please.
I know these are deep and complicated issues. Again, what we think a lot about in our organization is how do we as unionized healthcare workers who have a broad array of interests, right? Where the base is your workplace and your work life, but obviously that's a piece of who people are. And I mentioned the work we've done through the Fairness Project. I just want to share with people that in November, in the city of Cleveland, voters will have an opportunity to vote on a measure to take oversight and accountability for police misconduct out of the hands of the police department and place it with a citizens organization. This is something where we've worked with activists and people in Cleveland, including, the family of Tamir Rice and others. And again, the fundamental observation we have is that the people broadly, expansively, messily, will frequently do more and go further than their elected representatives. And so, to the best of our knowledge, the real, the most significant police reform measure that's on the table in a major American city is something, we've put there by citizen referendum and ballot initiative. and we believe we're going to win. We believe that the public at large in Cleveland is ahead of where elected officials are. And again, there are opportunities. And it's just enough, we've done minimum wage, we've done Medicaid expansion, we're looking at these sorts of issues, and we're in active discussions with activists and groups around the country, in about 10 or 12 major cities, because we just think it's not the whole or the totality, but it's one piece of what we can do. And by the way, right, the campaign is called Citizens for a Safer Cleveland. But underneath that headline is something that is really, we think, ahead of the curve in terms of what's going on in this space. And I'd encourage people, if you're interested, there's a website, there's all of that, and keep your eyes posted for what happens in Cleveland on Election Day.
Dave, let me stick with you for a moment and ask, and thanks for that about Cleveland. What you're talking about in Cleveland is, in general, the sort of wager that we all place on democracy, right? Ultimately, the people. And elected officials vary from representing the people more to representing the people not at all. And a variety of constraints get in there to do it. So if it takes millions of dollars to rage a campaign, then the rich have way more clout and so forth. So you've pointed, and I just want to underscore it, to the extent to which the party system seems broken as far as giving the people voice. Am I fairly summarizing that?
I think that's fair.
Okay, and I want to ask about the courts, because we have in the country also in place these other systems, like the judiciary system, the legal system, in principle and sometimes protecting our democratic rights, not always. And courts have been an obstacle to a number of popular worker-oriented ballot initiatives. Do you think that we have to also be waging a fight to change the judiciary in order to have more success?
You're asking me that question from the middle of the state of Arizona.
I know where I speak.
Yeah, and and we've been on the business end of, some of these purely political and ideological decisions. So I think obviously the answer is yes. And none of these things are perfect and flawless and all of that. The core contention and the core observation we would make in UHW and in some of these experiments we've done is that there are more opportunities, flawed as they may be, if we look for, as a workers' organization, if we look, to citizen-initiated referendums or ballot initiatives, if we look to legal strategies, those sorts of things. The state courts are abysmal, and the state Supreme Court is an enormous problem. The federal courts, this is the genius, the evil genius of Mitch McConnell and what they've done to the federal judiciary. But having said that, it's still, when you think about the systems we're confronting, capital, systemic racism, all of that, as flawed as it might be, the voters in the courts are a better wager than representative government, in my view, that will, and we ought to contest every area of terrain, but we ought to do it with our eyes open. And I think a state like Arizona, and I'm trying to do this from memory, I can't recall, I believe your state Supreme Court is appointed, not elected. I could be wrong about that, but I think the state judiciary in Arizona, the federal judiciary is just a whole different kettle of fish, and it's hard to get at that. but we can do something about the state judiciary. And I think, you know, in Arizona in particular, there's a premium on that.
That makes sense. One of the features of our situation is tying back to Janelle's points, where she said how much flows from whiteness. There's a lot that flows from capitalism. And these sort of converge. We've never had capitalism except in the form of racialized capitalism, right? So there is no other variety. Back to the slave trade, back to the whole history of it. Have we had institutions or settings or spaces that give us more hope about gaining leverage against that? And so have there been the union? We haven't had a union movement that hasn't been racialized either, but we've had examples of unions that did extraordinary work overcoming some of the racial divisions that capitalism promotes. We've had examples of social movements. You mentioned the Poor People's Campaign that Martin Luther King was organizing when he was murdered, which was linked to the freedom budget of Bayard Rustin and to a whole broad campaign that was designed to at once reflect the racially based civil rights movement and transcend it, right? So is part of what gives us hope some things like this?
I feel like those examples expose more so the feelings of hopelessness, because we live in a country, we live in a country that the moment people try to start moving us in a different direction, they kill us, right? Or they find a way to stop it or defund it or curb it or silence it so that people don't pay attention to it. And I think that is our ever existing challenge as a people. And that is why collective movements are so necessary, because we need to be able to have a critical mass of people, but it can't just be for like a spot on the annual calendar. Like, it can't be like, okay, 2 weeks, I got my protest out, I'm going home, right? We have to be able to offer our lives up for a sustainable commitment to change. I like to say that justice is a way of life. And I think what gives me hope more so is right now is the youth and the younger generation, in which they are willing to go without to see somebody else actually have a chance at life and living. And I hope that that's not washed away by adulting and being shaped by society to start like paying bills and get a job where you clock in.
I got to tell you, from my perspective as somebody in his 60s, there is a lot of this. I'm not making this a joke. And I make this a question to Dave.
Yeah.
Organizers, union organizers, other kinds of organizers, activists for racial justice, burn out.
They do.
They have, periods of their lives that they give to this, and then they just have to go recharge their batteries.
Right.
And so I'm not sure that we can place our hope in people giving all of their lives all of the time enduringly. Some of the hope has to be where you put it with memory. What is going to keep inspiring new waves of people to join up?
But here's the thing though, but this is where it comes back to what you pointed to, is that we have to have a creative imagination, right? Of
Yep.
how we do this.
Yep.
Like, what then does it look like to say, let me take who I am, my job, my skill sets, my work, and bend it towards justice, right? On an everyday basis. And so I'm constantly challenging the systems in which I live. And I say, this is where George Floyd gets it right. George Floyd Square gets it right. Is that the anchoring of the protest comes from residents. comes from homeowners, comes from neighbors. It's not a kind of occupation where people pitched their tents and said, I dare you to move me. Literally, it was like, all right, city, come if you will. We're just gonna go home, wash off whatever chemicals you put on us and come right back out the next day because we live here. And so we have we have skin in the game that someone who's just pitching a tent doesn't, because I was talking to one of my neighbors the other day and I said, you know, it's so funny, people remember the Minneapolis uprising of 2020, but what other folks don't know or understand is our memories of getting our hoses as our weapons to protect our communities from burning down, right? Literally using water as our weapon to protect our communities from burning down. Like, that was a kind of like, everything is at risk, but we believe in this justice. And so we organize as a block to say, all right, we're not going to call the police if something goes down, but this is how we are going to respond as a community. And so when you get people organizing on a level of just bringing who you are to the table and saying, we're going to keep us safe. We are going to get us equitable wages. We are going to fight for each other. Who are you? What's your background? What's your concerns? And how can I leverage what I have to help you get the justice that you need? And I think if we start with that kind of creative imagination of not saying that you have to be a community organizer, we weren't community organizers at George Floyd Square. We were teachers and cooks, and one person was a fashion design student, another person was a contractor and a builder by trade. But people bringing their skill sets to say, okay, how can we lean in to support each other? And this is our hope. We are our hope. We keep us safe. We will get that justice. So on a labor organizing level, what does that look like in the same way to say, you have your job security, but can you care about mine?
Well, one of the great things I'd say is some of the work that UHW has led is that it is precisely that, right? So part of what Dave was telling us about is 100,000 workers devoting some of their resources to try to secure benefits for millions, right? Not just for themselves.
Right. And that's love.
And that's what you're talking about. That's love, right?
That's love. That's love and justice.
And transformation, right? Because that's saying that we can't just do this in our small community. We have to do it in a larger transformation.
Right. And it's more sustainable.
And I think I appreciate that point, Craig. And part of what, again, we think about scale, and we think about, we're an organization of 100,000 folks, and with a little bit of creativity and a little bit of resources, we were able to figure out a way. And I'd like, that it is about love. It's saying to people that people like us don't win enough. We have to win more. We have to learn how to win. We have to expect to win. And I get enormous hope that, that an organization of 100,000 folks can figure out how to secure real improvements for over 17 million people. By the way, it bears noting, 17 million people is more people than the aggregate union membership in America. That is literally true. And so, I think, again, there are reasons to be optimistic, and people do have an innate sense of, solidarity. People want to see people like themselves win. And it's not just young people, it's old and tired people like us too. And, and members of our union who are in their 50s and 60s, and they want to see people win. So I really do think, that I've never been disappointed when you appeal to the best in people. But you got to be able to, it's not just about appeals. It takes resources. It takes a plan. It takes a concrete sense of how to get there. And people will do an enormous amount if it seems like there's a chance, right? But people get demoralized if it seems like we're just tilting at windmills. That's what happens in Bessemer. with Amazon. They
Yeah.
can't see that they can beat Amazon. It doesn't make any sense. And it's up to people who want to do this work like we do. We got to identify places and locations and opportunities where it's not tilting at windmills, it's not running into machine gun fire. You can really win. And when you appeal to the best in people, I've never seen people not respond if we're doing our job.
So you're pointing at an important thing, which is optimism with good reasons behind it and being able to show those good reasons, not just saying, hey, you got to be optimistic. So that makes sense to me. Let me pull one last thought from the accounts of the square and pose it as a question to Dave, though, because I think something very important about the square is, and you were just stressing it, Janelle, is the sense of community, right? Not just that people were actors on behalf of a community or for a community, they were a community. So one of the greatest achievements of the square was mobilizing a local community, and it shaped lots that you did, right? I mean, that all of the different demands had to be there because somebody thought each one of those was crucial, right? So the community was important. The place was also important. You were commemorating a place at that intersection, right? And place-based community tends to get devalued often in lots of American society and decision-making, and we can go to how Walmart locates stores and what happens, or any of a whole variety of different examples. What I want to take back to Dave is, by choosing a strategy that bets heavily on democracy, you're pursuing a strategy that also has a pretty strong place emphasis, right? So the organizing is going to need to be by state or by municipality or with a strong place sense of solidarity. Is that fair?
No, I think it's absolutely fair. And, and just the reality of our organization is, we're in the largest state in the country, 40 million people in California. It's this enormous place. And frankly, when you look at a state like Arizona, it seems, Arizona's got 2/3 the number of people of LA County. It seems like we
now you're going to hurt our feelings.
But they're wonderful. They're much better looking than the people in LA County. But like, what's amazing about it, and I think that's what we've learned, is it is about place. We do think about it fundamentally at that level, is what can you build in a given state, like Arizona, like Utah, like Idaho, Montana, New Mexico, places we're looking at. And, it's actually encouraging that, I'm a total optimist that it can be done, and you can build organizations with real depth, real community. We think we're doing that right now with Healthcare Rising Arizona. And it is a place-based thing, and geography does matter in this thing that we're looking at. So I think that's an accurate observation.
All right, I think it's an accurate observation that if we talk anymore, we are just postponing the reception. But I want to close out by commending Michael McQuarrie for the work that the Center partly by building community among the people in the center. Mike, thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank all of you for being here. I've really had a tremendous afternoon. I'm sorry that we went a bit over on time and we didn't get to have as much conversation as I would have liked. But we do have a reception now. We have some drinks and we have a little bit of food right now. But I also want to note that we are going to have drinks and dinner at my house after this conference, and I'm going to put the address on there so that anybody who's here is welcome to join us. And I hope that we can continue the conversation over a drink right now, and then at my house for dinner. So please try and make it to those if you can. It should be an interesting conversation this evening. So thank you all very much for being here. And I hope that we can gather again soon. I'm sorry, Mary Margaret.
No, I was waving at Dave. I forgot. He was waving at us.
Thanks, Dave. Okay.
I did want to say something though, while Dave is still here. Can I say it?
Go ahead.
Okay, this speaks to the optimism. I know of a political scientist who studied, he compared the voting record of